Good morning, colleagues. Good morning, everybody. I'm just checking if the committee is ready. It's 9 o'clock. The logistics committee, Newell, Nambita, Jones.
Morning. We are ready. I started the recording, so I will do. You'll just highlight what must I do, and I will alert my colleagues when we're going to play some videos live so that they can mute on the YouTube live streaming, because YouTube is not going to allow us to play some of the. So I will indicate when I'm going to share the video that is going to hinder us from YouTube. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. All right. I think we should start. Good morning, everybody. It's good to see all the familiar names. It's good to see all the other people that I do not necessarily know. Welcome to all of you. Welcome to this exciting event. We are very pleased that you made time to be with us. I'm going to ask that the logistics team help me with starting with the national anthem. If we can all just be silent, mute everything so that we can have a moment of silence through the national anthem. Thank you.
Singeleni Afrika, maluphazanyiso khona lwayo, izwa imithandazo yethu, Nkosi singelela thina, lusapho lwayo, kurena kuluka sitshaba sa Yesu. Felice d'entrare ma sueño, Siguluke, si chabasa, Yesu, si chabasa, South Africa, South Africa. Let's go, Lord, say amen, united we shall stand. Let us lead this life for freedom in South Africa.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, if you could just mute yourselves. Can everybody see what I've shared? Can you see what I've shared, colleagues? It's an empty screen.
Yes, we can see the empty screen, Chair.
Thank you very much. Cannot see now from my side. I'm so sorry about this. I cannot see now from my side.
Yeah, I had a similar experience. When I shared the screen, I couldn't see it from my side.
Nambitam, the team, Nambitam sent the presentation to you. Will please say it from your side. I think it will be better when you guys who have the know-how. Can you do it and save time?
Just in a minute, I will do so.
Okay, it starts with a clean screen. And maybe the team in the meantime should assist in ensuring that all the presenters' presentations are shared from the team side. We don't see anything yet.
I will say, just give me a second.
Right.
Can you see this on my side?
Yes, yes, you can.
Just indicate next when I have to go to the next slide, please.
All right, we see.
Thank you.
I'd like to see. Thank you so much. Let me start again to everybody and start greeting all of you and welcoming you to an event that belongs to the Central University of Technology, Library Information Services, referred to here as CEN, C-E-N. Let's move on to the next one, unveiling the next one, Nambita. The next slide, please. Thank you. Welcome again to the world of the University of the Free State Library Information Services, referred to here as FREE, F-R-E-E. The next slide. And welcome, colleagues, to the world of the Sol-Plaatje University Library Information Services, referred to here as SOL, S-O-L. The next slide. And of course, colleagues, welcome to Cen-Free-Sol Book Fair, our debut, the very first book fair that we are jointly staging. We are excited about this. It's an exciting event of our professional lives. It's a debut that we regard as an achievement. It's an achievement for us because this has been our vision for quite some time. And it makes it even more exciting because it is a joint venture of the three library information services of the three universities that are at the center of our country. We have signed a memorandum of understanding as a three universities, allowing us to share the resources, our expertise, and this is one of the projects that we've agreed to jointly stage annually. This is going to be an annual event, everybody. Over and above our roles as academic libraries contributing towards the success of our institutions' teaching, learning, and research goals, we believe reading, that is being literate, goes a long way in enhancing academic success and lifelong learning of our students. We are not only accommodating our university communities, we are accommodating actually everybody in the Free State, everybody nationally, and we're hoping to grow this internationally as well. We believe creating platforms such as this one with engagements that involve our academics will go a long way in enriching vibrant and engagement in matters of national interest. We have put together a program spanning over 2 days with different themes, such as those written by our authors and poets, tackling areas such as mental health, as October is mental health in South Africa, topics such as dealing with corruption, whistleblowing in our country, white-collar crimes in the form of well-orchestrated mafia, topics that talk about our cultural influences, dealing with life's challenges, African languages, and so on. We also believe that this will go a long way in creating awareness about the awesome books and poems that have been written by the authors and poets, further developing our love for reading and thus buying the books, an act that will contribute towards the economic well-being of our writers. Allow me then to welcome you again and declare the Cen-Free-Sol Book Fair opened. We have the blessings of our principals, and at this stage, I would like to invite you to listen to the recording of messages of support from our Deputy Vice Chancellors, Professor Corley Vitun from the University of the Free State, Professor Samson Mashele from the Central University of Technology, and Professor Amasa Ndofirepi, who is the acting head of School of Education, who is from the Sol-Plaatje University, who have agreed to stand in on behalf of Professor Mary Jean Bergson. The DVCs from the three institutions are responsible for the management of libraries as one of their responsibilities. I would like to ask then our committee to play the messages of support of our DVCs. Tabang, can you please mute yourself? Yeah, ask everybody to always remember to mute yourselves. Thank you.
I would like to take this opportunity to applaud you on the first launch of the book fair as a partnership project between the University of the Free State, the Central University of Technology, and the Sol-Plaatje University. The University of the Free State, as a signatory of the Memorandum of Understanding, celebrates this momentous occasion. We're looking forward to this becoming an annual library event. This launch marks a historic moment in the vision that the library at the UFS had when we conducted our library gap analysis in 2017 as part of the UFS's Integrated Transformation Plan. The external reviewers recommended that we enable closer relationship between the three universities in our central South African region. It is indeed a great honor to witness the launch of the first book fair and the collaboration between the three universities. As the University of the Free State, we've always been on the forefront of contributing toward literacy development of our communities, especially starting school libraries. We encourage reading clubs in collaboration with our stakeholders. We also conduct book launches on a regular basis where we invite authors to share their literary creations in support and encouragement of the culture of reading and innovation. This book fair presents a wonderful opportunity in support of developing a culture and a love for reading in the Free State and the Northern Cape provinces. The book fair creates creative new opportunities for all the relevant libraries to build our book collections. Our university communities will also experience an interaction with authors and poets who have contributed to the current South African dialogue. On behalf of the University of the Free State, I would like to congratulate the UFS, CUT and Sol-Plaatjes for developing the book fair to fruition and for contributing towards the culture of the love of reading. Thank you and enjoy this unique and novel opportunity.
Honor for me to welcome you all in the book fair, which is a collaboration of the three universities, the Central University of Technology, the Sol-Plaatje University, and the University of the Free State. What can one say about this momentous occasion? Well, one would start by the importance of book. In fact, probably the greatest gift that one can give someone is the love of learning through books. In fact, as they say, the best people in the world have the biggest libraries. Why is that? Because books really appeal to one's intellect. When you read a book, you can travel to other places. In fact, when you read a book and apply what you read in a book, it can actually re-script your whole life. Why is that very important? Because remember, we're facing so many challenges. And of course, with the advent now of the television and the internet, most people do not read. But why is it important to read and to make sure that the next generation reads? This is very much important because when you read, it actually also appeals to your imagination. When you read something, you don't see it. It makes you to be able to imagine things. And that actually assists you with the connections in your brain. And you can be able to think out of the box. Think about the many books that you've read throughout the ages. In my mind, the book that comes to mind are some of the books written by William Shakespeare. In fact, one that comes to mind is Richard III. You remember in one of the scenes, he says, "The world has grown so bad that wrens may prey where eagles dare not perch." Since every Jack became a gentleman, thus many a gentle person made a Jack. It makes you think to try and unpack what he's trying to say there. In one of the scenes, he says, "This hand which for thy love did kill thy love, shall for thy love kill a far truer love." So one gets to enjoy how other people actually express themselves. And of course, reading books should not be maybe just in English, but also in other languages to promote also other languages. And of course, to go out there to communities to making sure that we encourage the reading of books and making sure that people have got books in their own hands. So as we launch this first book fair in collaboration with the other two institutions, University or Sol-Plaatje University and the University of the Free State, I wish you everything of the best. And mine is just to say, keep on reading books and encourage others to also read books. Thank you very much.
Good morning to you all, colleagues. My name is Professor Amasando Firepi, the acting head of School of Education. I am here to provide a message of support from the Sol-Plaatje University for this very critical book fair, which it draws media and public attention, especially students and faculty, to the book industry. I'm quite aware that this is a meeting point for publishers, agents, distributors, and retailers to do business in the book industry. And once again, this to us is a good platform for authors to meet their public. And we equally find this to be a key stimulant in the publishing industry and a marketplace for trade professionals in the book industry. I therefore strongly support SPU's collaboration with sister institutions in delivering this invaluable service to the scholarship in universities and the public at large. I wish you all the best of luck from Sol-Plaatje. Thank you. Goodbye.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We thank our principals for making time and declaring their support and believing in this worthwhile cause. Colleagues, my name is Betty Easter. I'm the University Librarian at the Central University of Technology. Over and above the opening remarks, I'm also chairing this session. And so I'm going to go ahead and introduce our keynote speakers. We regard ourselves as being very fortunate to have in our midst two leaders in our profession who have agreed to grace our event with their worthwhile participation, delivering their keynote addresses. The first keynote address will be from Dr. Buhle Mbambotata, who is the University Librarian of the National University of Lesotho. Dr. Mbambotata previously served as the Director, Resources Development of the African Library Information Association and Institutions, AFLIA, which is our association in the continent, and that is from 2017 to 2019. She served as the Executive Director, Library Services at the University of South Africa, and that was from 2006 to 2016. Served as a University Librarian at the University of Zimbabwe from 2001 to 2006. She also served as a senior librarian at the University of Botswana way back in 1995 to 2001. Dr. Mbambotata serves as a chair of the board of directors of the Council on Library Information Resources and a member of board of directors for African Journals Online. She is a former member of the board of directors of the National Library of South Africa and served 2 terms as governing board member of IFLA. IFLA is our international association. Dr. Mbambotata is a distinguished librarian whose knowledge and expertise were recognized when she was awarded the IFLA Medal for Distinguished Service to Libraries in Africa. Her excellence in leadership was also recognized at UNISA when she was awarded the UNISA Woman of the Year Award, as well as the Vice Chancellor Award for Distinguished Leadership. Let me hand over to you, Dr. Mbambotata. We're looking forward to your deliberations. Thank you. Over to you, Buhle.
Thank you very much for your kind words. Betsy, I'm grateful for the warm introduction. I'm delighted to be here today to be sharing this in this inaugural book fair that my neighbors are hosting. I'm delighted to be part of it and look forward to participating in the future ones. But for this one, your inaugural one, I really wish you well, and I pray that it goes well and it goes beyond your expectations. So I'm delighted to be part of this event. My presentation is going to be largely exploring the reading landscape in South Africa, and a lot of my presentation will be based on the insights I gained while I was on the board of the NLSA and the work that was done to promote reading. So since I'm not moving my screen, I'll keep asking Mbeta to please move to the next screen so I can speak. So my presentation is entitled Towards a Reading Nation, Exploring the Landscape. So what is our context? Please show the, please move the mouse so that I can see yes, thank you. What is our context? The Book Council in 2015 indicated that only 40% of the South African population reads. I've not been able to get the statistics for the later years, but I think they would have been disrupted by the disruptions of the last 2 years. But it'll be interesting to see what the picture looks like in 2021. Also in the same statistics, it was indicated that 5% of adults, parents, read to their children. In a recent statistics in reading trends, it was indicated that in 2017, while our national literacy rate was 8.05%, it had actually declined from 2015. I must say, with this context on readership statistics, I cannot wait to see what it looks like for the last 2 years, considering the disruptions we've had. Another context that speaks to our reading is our historical context. Most of us are first-generation readers in our families. Most of us are products of Bantu education, in which learning was by rote learning. which did not encourage a love for reading. Most of us come from contexts where libraries were scarce in our communities. And so a culture of reading was not automatically created. And a lot of us came from homes where there were no books. And so reading was not our second nature. Another legacy matter is that a lot of us come from an oral culture. If it may be said, if we are not a reading nation, we probably are a singing nation. Because of our oral culture, we sing a lot, we do poetry, and because of our oral culture, we don't tend to read as much. And so this legacy speaks to how do we navigate past the historical disadvantages and our ingrained and entrenched oral culture that sets us into a position where our preferred mode of communication is by talking. Our preferred mode of socializing is by speaking instead of reading. Next point, please. And so in order for us to go past those hindrances, we need a book development that's going to help us to improve those statistics, to be able to increase the literacy rate, to be able to get more people reading in order to move past the historical legacies as well as the statistics that I shared in the previous slide. And in order for us to do this, those of us in this part of the region know the saying that says, we need to work together in order to bring the harvest. And there isn't a more appropriate space than in the reading space, that we need a multidisciplinary approach to developing a policy on reading that will help us go past the legacy matters, that will help us to increase those statistics and entrench a reading culture. As the DVC said earlier, reading opens our minds. And if we are going to go past those issues that stand against reading, we need a multi and interdisciplinary approach to policy development. It will take government to work together with NGOs, to get together with education, lower and higher education, our colleagues, the publishers, our booksellers, libraries. Next slide, please. Next point. The reading public urging us to go on. Next point, please. And the last point there was, who else should be part of this structure? Who else should be part of this reading structure? As you can see, it's a multi-sectoral approach, but we may need to invite others who will inform policy, that we may create a good framework on which to develop books and encourage reading and encourage and work on building a reading culture. Next slide, please. Why is reading important? The DVC was really excellent on highlighting why reading is important, why reading is crucial for us. And as librarians, we always say reading gives access to information and knowledge. But to those who write and authors, it increases creativity. Reading improves communication. Reading, for us in South Africa, enhances national cohesion as we read about other cultures, as we read about what other nations are saying. It encourages national cohesion. Reading preserves knowledge. From reading, we know things from the past. It enables our minds to explore new ideas, explore possibilities. Reading encourages research. You cannot publish if you have not read. So you need to read, to cite, to research. So reading is important for the development of humanity. Reading is important for stretching our minds. Reading is important for passing on the baton and knowledge to the next generation. Reading builds the nation. For us as Africans, there's a saying that we all hate that says, if you want to hide knowledge from an African, put it in a book. And with this book fair, I cancel that saying to say that as Africans, we are growing a love for reading, that you may never, never hide ideas in a book for us, because we will read that book. Next slide, please. So within South Africa, there are many organizations that are working not only to develop policy, but to build an infrastructure and to build the book, because we need a book in order to read. Whether it is a digital book or a printed book or an oral book, we need books in order to read. And so there are many organizations working within South Africa to build a reading culture, to read, to build books, to enable us to read. The first organization is the National Reading Coalition, and you will have seen quite a lot of work they're doing even during the lockdown, encouraging people to read. The National Library of South Africa is mandated by the Act to improve reading in South Africa and eliminate illiteracy. The Publishers Associations, they are working to ensure that materials are published and work against hindrances that prevent publishing. The South African Book Development Council, despite the challenges that they've had, they've been working to promote reading, to promote publishing, and to preservation of the book, and also have been behind the South African Book Week. The Department of Arts and Culture has been another organization that's been working in this space in order to ensure cultural heritage and seeing the book and the passing on the knowledge as an essential cultural heritage. LIASA, our dear organization representing all libraries, has been promoting reading through public libraries and academic libraries and enabling us to ensure that books are available for people to read and to develop a reading culture within the various communities. Next slide, please. As you can see, we have a rich and diverse engagement of bodies and people working together to improve reading. But there are challenges in the reading landscape, and we've got to be honest and face up with those challenges. The first one is, and the DVC touched on this, that we need to ensure the younger generations read. But that speaks to us availing the kind of books that are relevant for younger generations to read. When I was young, my public library depended on donations. And in my public library, I read Charles Dickens and Thomas Hardy, and books that did not speak to my locality or to my environment. They spoke about daffodils in autumn in the rolling landscapes of England. But I could not imagine those things because they were not in my locality. And quite often the readings in our public libraries, the easy reading books, do they really speak to the context of the young people? Secondly, many publishers have been speaking about the challenge of viability of publishing within South Africa. If they publish, will there be enough takers? And that has unfortunately seen many publishers go under or close shop because of lack of viability in publishing. We have the challenge of that there's very few materials in local languages. Research has shown that young people will learn quickly if they learn in their languages, if they read in their languages. But we are met, on the other hand, with a dearth of knowledge and reading materials in the local languages. As we go into the digital landscape in which we are, many young people prefer to read online, but there is a dearth of relevant, engaging digital content that our young people can read. Finally, the absence of policy, and I know that various institutions have been working on developing a national policy on book development and reading, and the absence of that means that resources are limited, working together is not entrenched, and we don't have a legal framework to promote the development of the book. And those are the challenges that face our landscape. But despite that, there's been a number of inspiring reading initiatives that have started. Next slide, please. And those reading initiatives, next slide, please. Those reading initiatives help to inspire and entrench the reading culture. Please, if you could go to the next slide, Nambita. And next slide, please. The first one is led by the president himself. We start at the top. The president's reading circle champions reading, and the president calls on us to be a nation that experiences the joy of reading. And he leads by example when he does the virtual reading series during COVID and during this season where we are physically distancing, and he reads a portion from the book. And we can connect with the president from his website during this virtual reading. So the leadership that is encouraging reading for us in South Africa is really starting at the top, and we appreciate that. Go on to the next slide, please. The next slide, if you can just go back once. The next slide speaks to digital initiatives that have been bringing reading content to young people on digital devices. And this is a deliberate effort by several NGOs to bring the next generation on board by providing ebooks, mobile reading from mobile phones, and also enabling reading on mobile phones in their local languages. Creation of digital content is a crucial multi-stakeholder engagement that's important for engaging the next generation and enabling them to read in an environment in which they are careful. And in the next slide, I share examples of organizations that are doing that. And these are just a few that I have shown. The Center for the Book in Cape Town has been piloting this with a number of publishers. Nali Bali does this also, including reading in stories that young people have created themselves in isiXhosa and in English. Funza is also a book in which young people write and publish digital book. World Reader is an international organization that does some work in South Africa and in a number of African countries in which digital reading and reading from ebooks is encouraged. And in these spaces, a new excitement for reading is encouraged in young people as they find content that is relevant to them, but also presented in the spaces in which they are familiar. Next slide, please. The National Library of South Africa really does a lot of work to inspire reading and create a reading framework as it is mandated by the Act of Parliament. In 2021, they led the National Reading Summit. They have a number of children's reading programs. They also have a community publishing program and promote publishing and publishing programs, as well as the reprint of African classics that has seen many books that we used to read when we were growing up reprinted and made available in order that we may find relevant materials for us to read. And so going into the future, what do we have to do to entrench a reading habit? What is a framework that we could create and agree on that will help us to create a reading nation? And the next slides highlight 5 points that the National Reading Summit pointed out as essential key components that we need to build on in the next few years in order to build a reading landscape within South Africa. And so the outcomes of the National Reading Summit pointed out 5 communities of practice. And the first one is reading programs that are geared for the youth. This is so important because the next generation needs to learn to read and learn to enjoy reading, because they have so much competition from television, from films, from texts and other things that take away from reading. So the summit said one of the first things to do is to have programs nationally that promote reading amongst youth. The second community of practice was one to promote reading amongst people living with disabilities and have special needs. This is a group that's often neglected. And so it is important that the reading framework includes deliberately focusing on people that are living with disabilities, print disabilities in whatever form they come. A third community of practice was to deliberately focus on minimizing barriers to reading, be these policy, be they some of the challenges that are highlighted earlier, be they areas in which are related to technology, whatever they are, removing those barriers to reading. A fourth community of practice was encouraging us to tell our stories in order that we may increase reading in our languages and make reading interesting as people are able to read in their own mother tongues. And the fourth one was to use the fourth industrial revolution and AI in order to speed and scale production of reading materials. And this leaves us with a challenge that when we go to the next reading summit, how much of these will we have implemented? And I challenge us during this book fair to perhaps refer to these 4 or 5 communities of practice and look for ways of collaborating, of merging activities, of working together in order that we pick one that we may promote. Which community of practice are we going to promote as a Free State in order to entrench reading in the Free State area? Next slide, please, which brings me to my conclusion. So as I come to my conclusion, I'd like us to, as we think about entrenching a reading habit and creating a reading nation, that we keep the next generation in mind, that we keep writing and publishing and reading programs for young people so that we can entrench the reading habit, not only with easy reading books, but even with academic books, and encouraging young people to read for pleasure, for learning, but to read. Secondly, as I conclude, it is incumbent for the government to provide a legal framework for reading and development. I believe that the 4 community of practice that the National Reading Summit, led by the National Library of South Africa and the Department of Sports, Arts and Culture, that it will enable government to create a legal framework for reading development in order that South Africa may promote reading to the next generation. As I've indicated in this slide, in order to create a reading nation, it is crucial that there's collaboration amongst many role players. This is not an area in which there should be protection of turf, but rather it is an area in which barriers should be broken so that people work together to develop the book, to develop reading, to develop a reading culture. because building a future, building a reading culture is a future imperative. If our next generation does not read, if our next generation does not engage with the book, the next generation will be lost. It is therefore imperative that a culture of reading is encouraged. And finally, a reading nation is a thriving nation, it has been said. And I trust that South Africa wants to continue being a thriving nation. In order to do that, reading must remain central, and building a reading culture should remain central to everything that we do as librarians, that we do as part of the building of the book infrastructure and part of the creation of a reading culture. I thank you for your attention, and I wish you well with the book fair. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Buhle, Dr. Mbambo-Tata, for setting the scene, bringing the much needed context to this event. I knew you'd make it at this very short notice when I talked to you and asked you to be part of this, and said, "Oh, Betsy, this is short notice," but I knew you'd make it. And thank you so much. So, colleagues, we're not going to engage with our keynote speaker. I'm just going to remind you quickly about the key points that she has talked about. She made us aware about the hindrances to reading, that reading is not our second nature. We also have that oral tradition that we've always had that is also a bit of a challenge. We are used to speaking yet not necessarily reading. And thank you, Buhle, for reminding us about why reading is important. Thanks for reminding us that reading is important in everything that we do. And yes, we have to cancel that negative saying that says if you want to hide money, if you want to hide treasure from us, hide it in a book, hide it in a library. We have to cancel that misconception. And we noted that you are encouraging us that we need to work together. So the collaborations that you have mentioned, the offices that are playing different roles towards creating this reading nation, we've noted that they will be our future collaborators as well. We are going to make sure that going into the future, we make note of the communities of practice that you have mentioned, and yes, choose one and run with that. This is our own circle of influence. So if this book fair is going to contribute towards the reading nation through choosing one of those, or even all of them, who knows, communities of practice, if we come together, this we can do, and yes, it is doable. So thank you so much, Buhle. I don't have words enough to express my appreciation for being part of us. Thank you so much. Colleagues, you can send your comments on the chat box. If you want to say something to Buhle, you're more than welcome to do that. And with that, then I'm going to introduce our second keynote address, which will be from Dr. Siphiwe Mahala, who is an accomplished short story writer, a novelist, playwright, and literary scholar, playing his trade in English and isiXhosa. He is the author of the following books: When a Man Cries, written in 2007, Yakhali Ndoda, written in 2010, African Delights, written in 2011, The House of Truths, 2017, and Red Apple Dreams and Other Stories, written in 2019. He is the founder and editor of Imbiza Journal for African Writing. His latest book, Kentemba, The Making and Breaking of the Intellectual Tsotsi, which is going to be published in 2022, is an appendage of his PhD thesis, which he graduated from UNISA in 2018. He has held research and teaching positions at the University of Johannesburg, University of Pretoria, and University of the Witwatersrand. He served as the head of books and publishing at the National Department of Arts and Culture for a period of over 10 years. And with that, then I'm going to ask Dr. Mahala to take us through what he has prepared for us. Over to you, Sam.
Thank you, Program Director. For some reason, I can't switch on the camera.
All right, we understand. I think you can go ahead as long as we can hear you. That is the most important part. Okay, thank you. I will also keep trying. I'm not sure what is wrong. Thank you for the opportunity. And I must point out, first of all, that the program says I'm with the Department of Arts and Culture. I'm no longer with the department, as we heard in the introduction. I'm the editor of Imbiza Journal for African Writing. Thank you for inviting me to this inaugural Cen-Free-Sol Book Festival, which I think is a very important initiative in our efforts to promote a culture of reading and also entrench the importance of books in our lives. I've been requested to reflect on my lifelong journey with books. And this is the journey in which libraries have played a very central role. Because in many ways, books saved my life. By way of background, I was born and raised in Makhanda, Eastern Cape, a small town where there's barely anything happening except for the arts. That is, we're known for the National Arts Festival and the schools, which include the university, Rhodes University. So it is through those institutions that I was fortunate enough to be exposed to books because my father worked at what we call now the former Model C schools. And as a librarian, not as a teacher. And he would bring books home. And it was through those books that I was introduced to reading. And this saved my life in so many ways. But what many people could relate to is that you would recall some of us would recall that in the 1980s, there was a period in which schools had to be closed. Okay, there's a distracting sound. I'm not sure who hasn't muted. Okay, that has stopped. Thank you. So saying in the 1980s, there was a period where there were school boycotts, during the state of emergency, where as a teenager, I had to find myself in the township for 2 years, not going to school. And we were exposed to so many things, which led many spend time languishing in prison or never able to go back to school again. But what kept me going during that period was the fact that I had access to books. So books were my companions at the time. And so with everything that was going on, I found refuge in books. So books introduced me to worlds beyond my immediate existence. However, one can have so many books in a household
what really made a difference to me was an encounter with a library, something that I've shared before, that one day we were attending and going to the community hall to watch a movie, what we called Bioscope at the time. And, you know, we were invited to a smaller room next to the community hall, and where we were shown a film for free. And at that point, that's when I knew that that smaller room was a library. It had books, and I was so fascinated to find out that you can be given books to take home with. So I was introduced to books to library use by accident. And this brings me now to the current situation that libraries in communities, in schools, and in institutions of higher learning. One, I think we need to encourage people to use the material in the libraries more and more. For instance, we have here a collaboration between 3 institutions. Now, being institutions of higher learning means your focus is to encourage people to read, encourage people to make use of books at that level. However, reading is a lifelong experience. In other words, we need to encourage reading from an early age, as early as possible. Preferably, actually, some mothers read to their children before they are born. And this is the kind of practice that we need to encourage. We need to encourage the use of books, the use of library material at a very early age. Imagine how it would be like, for instance, to link up with the Department of Health so that when mothers take their children to the clinics, when a child turns 1 or anything like that, they are gifted with a children's book. That when a child turns 3, they are gifted with a library card. Because where communities, there are community libraries, we are clear about, you know, the architecture, the makeup of that particular community. And if we were to be able to introduce children to books even before they start schooling, that would give them an exposure to books, to appreciate books, and to start reading as a form of, or rather not to read books as a chore because they have to do so in order to pass an exam. Books should become, or reading should become, a pastime, something that you do for fun, for enjoyment. That could actually address one of the challenges that we are talking about, that, you know, where you find learners reading only because they have to pass an exam, only because they have to meet they have to be able to do the homework or anything like that. So this is part of what we are trying to do as Imbiza. When we talk about reading, when we promote reading, we start from an early age where we have children's books. We encourage writing of youth literature. and we encourage academia. And again, when we talk about academia, as I say, this is a value chain that we need to be familiarize ourselves with. We need to be aware of the ecosystem, because it will remain difficult to promote reading for as long as library sector itself is not professionalized. In other words, there ought to be a relationship, synergies between the institutions and community libraries, so that communities that are fortunate enough to have libraries should be managed by qualified librarians. What we've seen in some of the communities is that libraries would just be there as a form of job creation, where anybody can just find a job and work with no background, with no training in the sector. So I think this is one of the things that we need to focus on, professionalizing the library sector. Further to that, I'm glad that this program involves a number of writers who write in indigenous African languages. In South Africa, we have 11 official languages. However, over the years, it's been a real struggle to find platforms that embrace writers or books in indigenous languages. And I think a platform of this nature is really helpful in sort of embracing our diversity linguistically, and also creating the synergies between reading promotion and library sector, because most of the time you find that these two don't necessarily go hand in hand the way they have been handled in the past. But in any case, the point I'm getting to now is that if you have trained librarians, they would understand the importance of libraries in giving access to books to the communities that they serve. So access to books also means that you need to stock books first that are written by writers of that country, writers who articulate the history, the culture, and the conditions of the people that you serve. But also, there needs to be a special focus in the languages spoken by the surrounding communities. In this way, we would ensure that our books speak directly to the communities that are served by these libraries. And lastly, I think these three institutions have done something wonderful in terms of collaborating. I have written in the past about the trend that we have seen where book fairs tend to go for the easy route. In other words, they have been focused in the big cities, particularly Cape Town and Johannesburg. And these are communities which, in any case, are more privileged compared to rural provinces and central areas like the ones served by this book fair. So it is the first thing to ensure that we spread out as much as possible, try and serve the underprivileged communities. And to me, that is how we can build a thriving nation where people in the rural areas, in the marginalized communities are given access to books. And we always needed a point of convergence, because it really doesn't help to have small initiatives that do not have no relationship with other initiatives out there. So a collaboration of this nature ensures that there is a point of convergence for librarians, for writers, and for book lovers in general. And this is something that we need as the reading community. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Mahala. Thank you for that insightful knowledge, experiences that you have shared with us. We note as well that you are actually the editor of the Imbiza Journal of African Writing. We have developed the love for contributing to knowledge through research, so we will be making use of your journal to publish our stories. So that's another collaboration that we are looking forward to. Thank you for showing us that books can save someone's life. You have mentioned that reading has definitely saved your life, and thank you for discovering that small library that has made a difference in your life. Yes, we acknowledge that even though our niche at the moment is more on an academic level, we will be reaching out as the years go by to the other community members in the whole of South Africa. We do acknowledge that reading has to start from an early age. There is a saying in Setswana that says, "Le ojwa, le sale metsi." We agree. We have to mold, we have to shape our children's reading habits right from an early age. And so the collaboration that we'll have with everybody else who are closer to all the age levels of the community, we will make sure that this platform works for all of us. We will make sure that we instill the love of reading from an early age. We believe that's the case. That should be the case. And of course, we made mention that it's important for us to be librarians who are impactful in what we do. This profession should not only about job creation. Yes, job creation still contributes towards South Africa as a whole, but when you are employed, then you should be making an impact in the community and therefore contributing towards the love for reading as one of your responsibilities. And so the importance of appointing qualified librarians is very key. We have an association, you probably know about it, LIASA, it is SAQA accredited association. So we are professional librarians. It's a matter of making sure that we do have enough people who are qualified, who can be appointed in those positions and make then a difference. We agree that it's all in our hands. Thank you then with those words, Dr. Mahala. Making time and sharing with us. Please always make use of the channels to engage with Dr. Mahala. Please, just a reminder, always make sure that you check your mic and mute so that we do not have any further disturbances. We are not doing very well in terms of time, but you'll agree with me that it is worthwhile for us to spend time and listen to what the participants have prepared for us. And so at this stage, we will be having the poetry session, poetry recitals. It's about people who have the art of playing with words, people with impeccable memory that they use to recite their stories, their observations, their teachings. And so for today, we will have 4 poetry recitals. 3 are supposed to be live recitals with 1 that has been recorded. And so at this stage, I'm going to hand over to our committee members who will be assisting us with the 4 recitals before we take a short break. Over to you.
Inshallah, mmele tswele wa tsena ka wa seloko monga wa dipalisha lenga direte gobane se go tladile sediba ka go biloga mola metsi o sa polofetše ke re tate nna morwedi ya gago wa ntlhokiša le ya leširi lengato wa fetša ka go lokologanya dikgato wa tsoga ka ona bokgwa le mafato le morago wa segerule tate go be go le boima go be go le boima tate go gola ke natetšwa ka mašela go ga gola go tšwa kubong ya tonkana go gola ke phula ditho tse mašego le masegare ke lalela ka bogobe jwa go batwa ka letswai mare ya gana go feta bogolong tate o lekane gobane beno ba be ba isa ba tšhatšaniša tša makhušana ba ipotsa gore bona ba fapana le dikgato tša lerutu tate ke be ke kgona go ba bona gobane re bona ba agelane ka lerutu.
Thank you.
Go be go le boima tate go be go le boima go be go le boima ke sa gopola le ka mohla ka geno tate ba hlabile kgomo tše 3 ka ona modilong wa modimo tate go be go le boima gobane rena baagelane ba mebotho ga se ke rala letšwa tate re kwene ka gobana o ralala le dilete go thetha le mefoto go fitlha ga ge o etla go potama sekelong sa nko tša rena tate go be go le boima gobanetšeong bago a re seleka ka megolokwane ya basadi a tšhankgetše ka methugana ya setšo ka matsogo a go tlalelana maseka a re ba tsane go šate wa dua ba tsane go šate wa loya tate o be o le kae gobane sa go tshelega go gore baagelwane ka moka ga bona ba be ba laleditšwe tate ke re ba merafe ka moka rena baagelane ba go lebana ka difeto le meputo tate re ile ra tshedišwa maahlo go le boima tate go be go le boima le ka mohla tate ka bona ditlogolo le ditlogolwana di biletšwa ka mafuri jaanong ge le bua ja botoga dipheta di botse melaleng tate go be go le boima di le megogo e ile a hloka mekgoko tate go be go le boima o be o ile kae tate o be o ile kae ka mohla mmago a nkorola phatla ka lehlotlo a mpotša ge e le gore nna ke tlogolo sa gaka tate ke be ke se ka iša tshele ka geno ke be ke ile go ba tsošetša gobane mme o ile mpotša sephiri se segolo gore beno ke madietso tate ke be ke se ka iša tshele ka sefapane sa morena ke be ke sa tsebe ge e le gore ke tla kopana le dipela le kgomoga ke be ke sa tsebe ge e le gore ke tla fetša tau išetšitše mafatlana tate mmao ya mpotša ge e le gore ka ka fapatla le go gapankwe a re tate o be o le kae gobane lefelofa ke bolela ka ena mmago wa tlhokofeleng koo yena yo wa go tlhamokela malebi tše nke go kudi ya phoko yena yo go thwego nna ke mmitše magolo yena yo go thwego nna nae kamogetša le seila le leina tate o be o le kae gobane ke sa gopola tate ke sa gopola mmago a garile diroko a dikgotlakgotla phatla ka bonona mpotša ge e le gore nna ga ke tlhogolo sa gake ke re tate tšatši le go ba tshwetse togothoko ya mane seatlene a nkana ka badimo ba go bankotša mafago a re nna ga ke setlogolo sa gage tate o be o le kae boa borwa ga bo thome ka wena ba tlo ba ena ba boa gante wena tate o gagile ke lefelengwa gobane ga e sale ke ema ka lešhela ke re tate boa o tlo re kgotšišetše eno le tlotlwane di re hloria mashego le masegare di gana ka sotshwane swara ka nka tša thoma tša re hloria tša geno re šita go di laodiša gobane ke dikhupa marago ke re tate yena mmago a fela ba re nna ke ngwana wa moloi šo lekgolo wa tshwanedile tate Bangoni bashimanyana ba mabila mabadi bošego a šetse ka melatša ke re tate lona le tswelele go je go leane ka mosa go kopana širi le šetse molaleng le kgolo tate ke mmago tate yena yo bangoni wa patelele lesuelo ka tšona dikgomo tša mašoto tate o be o le kae mokone moa tate o tlo hlakodišelo mmago gobane šoo mo kwa sebatakgong o phatloga ka lekoba bašimanyana ba go rošitše leotwana la sefatanalaleng ba matšhela ka mafula ba ege ba go kgwarenya a kwa go fiša ga kgabo ya mollo a taboga leso lefata a šitlamela ka gare ga tankana yeo rena re nwela go metsi ka go yona tate ntle le gore rediša a lebaka ka moreng ya bolao ga a fitlha a eputuka ka mašila ya bankele seanyana la dikgwetšana tate le be re sa tsebe gore re bolele re reng re feditše ka go swara matlha re kgotsa moloi wa dithulu ga re mosegare wa segalela tate exe semišala mme letswele wa tsena ka wa seloko monga wa dipališa lenga direte gobane se go tladile sediba ka go biloga mola metsi o sa polofetše ke re tate nna morwedi ya gago wa ntlhokiša le ya lešilinapo wa fetša ka go lokologanya dikgato wa tsoga ka ona bokgwa le mafato morago wa segerule tate go be go le boima go be go le boima tate go gola ke natetšwa ka mašela go gagolwa go tšwa kubong ya tsonkana go gola ke thula ditho tse mašego le masegare ke lalela ka bogobe jwa go batwa ka letswai mare ya gana go feta bogolong tate o lekane gobane beno ba be ba etla ba tšhatšaniša tša makhušana ba ipotša gore bona ba fapana le dikgato tša lerutu tate ke be ke kgona go ba bona gobane re bona ba agelane ka lerutu go be go le boima tate go be go le boima go be go le boima ke sa gopola le ka mohla ka geno tate ba hlabile kgomo tše tharo ka ona modiro wa modimo tate go be go le boima gobane rena baagelane ba mebotho ga se ke rala letšwa tate re kwele ka monkgo wa nama o ralala le dilete o thetha le mebotho go fitlha ga ge o etla go fotama sekerong sa nko tša rena tate go be go le boima goeommago a re seleka ka mekgolokwane ya basadi a tšhankgetše ka methulgwana ya setšo ka matsogo a go tlalelana maseka a re ba sane go šate wa duma ba sane go šate wa lona tate o be o le kae gobane sa go tshelega go gore baagelwane ka moka ga bona ba be ba naleditšwe tate ke re ba merafe ka moka rena baagelane ba go lebana ka difero le mepotso tate re ile ra tšhešwa maahlo go le boima tate go be go le boima le ka mohla tate ka bona ditlogolo le ditlogolwana di biletšwa ka mafuri tšane ge le bua di a botoga dithota di dutše melaleng tate go be go le boima dire le megogo ile a hloka mekgoko tate go be go le boima o be o ile kae tate o be o ile kae ka mohla mmago a nkorola phatla ka lehlotlo a mpotša ge e le gore nna ga ke tlogolo sa gage tate ke be ke se ka iša tshele ka geno ke be ke ile go matsošetša gobane mme o ile mpotša sebili se segolo gore beno ke madietso tate ke be ke se ka iša tshele ka sefapano sa morena ke be ke sa tsebe ge e le gore ke tla kopana le dipela dikgoluga ke be ke sa tsebe ge e le gore ke tla fetša tao išetšitše mafatlana tate mmao ya mpotša ge e le gore nna ka fafatla le go gapankwe a re tate o be go lekane gobane felofake bolela ka ena mmao wa tlhokofeleng koo yena yo wa go tlhamokela malebetse ke go budi ya phoko yena yo go thwe go nna ke mmitše magolo yena yo go thwe go nna ya kamoketša le sila le lina tate o be o le kae gobane ke sa gopola tate ke sa gopola mmago a garile diroko a dikgotlakgotla phatlaka go nona mpotša ge e le gore nna ga ke tlhokomolosa gage ke re tate tšatši le gore a tshwetse togothoko ya mate seatleng a nkana ka badimo ba bo bankotša mafago a re nna ga ke setlogolosa gage tate o be o le kae boa borwa ga bo thome ka wena ba tloba ena ba boa gante wena tate o gabile ke lefelekwa gobane ga e sale di ema ka lešhiela ke re tate boa o tlo re kgotsišetše eno ditlotlwane di re hlonya mašego le masegare di gana ke sotshwane swara ke moka tša thoma tša re hlolia tate tša geno re šita go di laodiša gobane ke dikhupa marago ke re tate yena mmago wa fela ba re nna ke ngwana wa moloi šo lekgolo wa swanedile tate ba mmone bašimanyana ba madila mabale bošego a šetse ka melatša ke re tate lona letswele le ngotšego go leanya ka mosaa le kopana šene le šetse molaleng le kgolo tate ke mmago tate yena yo ba mmoneng ba phategile lesuelo ka tšona ke ruku tša mašoto tate o be o le kae mokone boa tate o tlo hlakodišelo mmago gobane šo o bopa ka sebatakgomo o phatloga ka legoa bašimanyana ba morošitše leotwana la sefatanalaleng ba motšhela ka makula ba re ge ba mokgwarenya ga a kwa go fiša ga kgabo ya mollo a taboga leso lefata a šitlhamela ka gare ga tankana yeo rena re nwela go metsi ka go yona tate ntle le gore rediša a lebaka ka moreng ya bolao ga a fitlha a e putuka ka mašila ya bankele seanyana le kgwetšana tate re be re sa tsebe gore re bolele le reng re feditše ka go swara mahlare kgotsa moloi wa dithuru ga re mosegare wa segalela tate exe emiša la mme letswele wa
Greetings again, colleagues. We have heard a poem from Mr. Moses. If the following poet is available, Ring Rose, can you please take the platform? Thank you.
Can everyone see my screen?
Yes, yes, please continue.
Thank you. I'm just going to share my screen. Apologies, I should have had this ready before. All right, unfortunately, I can't share my screen, so I'll just go ahead and read it myself. Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Amanda Jane. I'm a first year BA student at Sol University, and I'll be reading my piece, The Street Sweeper. Driving home from work on a crisp afternoon, another fabricated story, another book bruised to try and hide. Having bared my soul to those with vicious tongues and thoughts, always wanting more blood. Don't they know you cannot suck blood out of a stone? This is my daily life in the city I call home, Johannesburg, with its bustling streets, taxis hooting, hustling to get commuters to another place, probably a township out of town. But no one cares, as long as they return to work tomorrow, Sewage flows freely down the streets, ending its journey in the stormwater drains, overflowing with feces, litter, and broken promises. The stench permeates my mind. I'm jolted awake by the piercing screams of a woman being raped, her dignity ripped from between her blood-stained thighs. Her children are forced to go to work, their offices situated at the Broken Robots, corner of Jan Smuts and Empire Road. Begging with a little McDonald's cup for money, food, or maybe something better. Shouldn't these helpless children be in school? What have we done? I'm jolted awake. It is not like this in the suburbs. The manicured, mint-colored lawns lazily stretch out under the jacaranda trees, with their fragile purple petals crushed and dirtied underfoot. The houses, like monsters, rise, holding their occupants hostage and protecting their lives of a perfect life, guarded by 6-foot grey walls, electric fences, and blood-hungry dogs. Behind these walls, women bleed, babies cry, trembling with suffocating fear. The blaring of the smart TV deafens the sound of a crystal glass shattering into tiny fragments on the marble floor, later to be swept under the carpet, and the sound of sweet alcohol being poured. I'm jolted awake with the taste of blood in my mouth, searing pain in the crevices of my arms, legs, and where my dignity used to be. Sensing the bruises before I see them, bruises colored in dramatic black and purple, transforming magically into the distorted color wheels, green and yellow shade. They never go away. They replenish daily by housekeeping. I'm jolted awake by the stench of my own reality. Is there freedom from the fires of my hell? I didn't think so. I'm jolted awake by the street sweeper as he sweeps the dirt, stench, deceit, and flesh into the overflowing stormwater drain. This is my life in the middle-class suburbs of Johannesburg. Did everyone hear me?
Yes, we did hear you. Thank you very much for your time.
Jones? We still have Ms. Razel Tobo and Ms. Kim Maruping.
Thank you, Chair. Ms. Kim Maruping rendered an apology because she has another commitment. If Ms. Hazel Tobo is available, can you please take the platform? Thank you. Can we give 5 seconds to allow Ms. Hazel Tobo to join? If not, Chair, if you allow, we can take a short break.
Indeed. If she is not here, I would suggest then that we take a short break right away. Hazel? All right. That then takes care of the end of our session 1. We will take a short break, 10 minutes break. Thank you so much to our poets. We really enjoyed sharing beautiful words with us, your stories. You guys are talented, I tell you that. Thank you so, so much. The time now is 10:30. Let's be back by 20 to 11. Thank you so much.
I think you might be muted. No, I can't hear you. Can anyone hear Ms. Net?
Nah. Say something, almost heard you.
I said, let me get the headsets.
We can hear you now.
Can hear me.
Okay, we will allow you time to get your headset.
Am I audible?
Enough.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. The podium is yours.
Thank you very much. Welcome to the second session of our Cen-Free-Sol book fair. An exciting moment. This is, we really are very, very excited. And so far, everything that we have just listened to has been breathtaking. I even had, goosebumps listening to Dr. Mbambotata Buhle and Dr. Mahala. As for the poems, the recitals, they just revived something in me, and I'm like, this is just a wonderful moment to live on. So my name is Jeanette Molopiani. I'm going to chair this second session. The theme of the session is Africanedom, wealth, monopoly, and cultural influence. So in this session, we are going to have a discussion, the Stellenbosch Mafia by Mr. Peter du Toit. This book has trended a while last year. It was just everywhere. Everybody was just raving and talking about it, and I got the opportunity just to get a snippet out of what the book really entails, and I found this to be really something to explore, especially during December holidays. I'm definitely going to read all these books in our December holidays. Now about Mr. Peter du Toit. He was a Stellenbosch and Gomer. I hope I said it correctly, and Gomer, during high school. And he's an award-winning journalist and assistant editor at News 24. He has written about politics for a decade and a half, and is the co-author of Enemy of the People, published by Jonathan Ball in 2017. He is a former editor of HuffPost, South Africa, and news editor of Beeld and Netwerk 24. So we are going to listen to the recording of the book, and then we have our panelists who are going to unpack this book and its context so that it makes sense to us. Remember, this book fair is for the region, is for the country. So everybody is going to get, those who didn't get the opportunity to attend the launch now have an opportunity in this book fair to get the details of what the book really entails, especially all the book lovers and all the people who do not have access to reading material. This is just a wonderful opportunity. So our panel discussion, the panelists will be Mr. Zbu Dlamini, a lecturer from CUT, and then we also have Dr. Alfred Mudise. He's also from the Central University of Technology, Free State. So what I'm going to request now is that the recording of the book is the book is played, and then we can yes, somebody needs to mute. Right, and then we can then engage with the book. Thank you very much. Over to you, organizers. I think the sound is muted.
Good morning, colleagues. Can you hear me? Sure.
Yes.
Yes, good morning, colleagues, and all the organizers and people who are in this platform. I'm together with my colleague there. I think you will start the session. Can you come on, Sbu? Sbu?
Yes, I'm here. Jeanette has introduced the session, and now we are waiting for the recording to play.
Yes.
Thank you.
University of the Free State and Sol Plaatje. Mr. Peter Dutoy, welcome to the first Central University of Technology, University of the Free State, and Sol Plaatje University, known as the Cen-Free-Sol 2021 Book Fair. It is an honor to have you. We appreciate your time.
So much. Thanks, Sabu. It's wonderful to be with you. It's a privilege to be part of the first one. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, and I think it's wonderful. Any festival which encourages reading, I'm a big supporter of.
Thank you. With me, I have Peter, the one and only author of the #1 bestseller, Capturing and an enormously researched book titled, wait for it, The Stellenbosch Mafia Inside the Billionaires Club, which was first published in July 2019. This book has a link in economics, social, political, and sociological economic history dynamics and context all in one. The book has, you will see the book, it will be displayed. The book has Johann Rupert, pardon my mispronunciations, Christo, Vise, Marcus, and Whitney Basson on the cover page. Peter, not to worry, I will not ask you about the interlinks between the Stellenbosch Mafia and political elite. It is beyond the scope of our discussion.
You can ask me anything.
Not a problem. So, Peter, you have also published, correct me here, you'll correct me here, ne? You have also published or was involved with Practical Guide to Reading, Thinking and Writing Skills in 1995, Enemy of the People in 2017, and was also involved with South Africa Beyond COVID-19 Trends, Change and Recovery in May 2020. In May 2020. So Peter, I saw that you were, Peter, I saw that you were involved with 8 books in total. So can you confirm if it was you or it was the same person with your name?
Some of them sounds like someone else. The one in 1995 definitely wasn't me. Very much at school back then, so that wasn't me. But I was co-author of Enemy of the People, how Jacob Zuma stole South Africa and how the country fought back with a friend and colleague of mine, Son, who's the editor of News 24. Okay. And then I was editor of a compilation of essays around COVID-19, which came out last year. So it's around 3 books that I've been involved in. Yes.
Oh, only 3. Okay. Thank you for that clarity, because I was like, oh, this man. Well done to you.
Thank you.
And we've also mentioned, so guys, you heard it. It's 3 books. He was involved with 3 published books. I feel like there's more from where this came from. Are you sure it's just 3?
Just 3 for now, but once you start writing, it's such a privilege to be able to write, and it's so rewarding to see your words in print that it's definitely not the last one. I'll definitely continue writing as long as I can.
We will be waiting, my man. We will be waiting for sure. So also you are a prominent award-winning journalist and assistant editor for News 24 as well. Is that correct?
Yes, I do. I work at News 24, where I've got the privilege to look after News 24's investigations team, which is a group of very talented, smart journalists who try to catch out crooks and corruptors and state captures. So it's a wonderful job, journalism. I've been in journalism for, I think, almost 18 years now, more than 18 years, almost 19 years. It's about watching the country's story unfold, and we take the position as journalists at News 24 very seriously, because we are the ones that write the first draft of history, and it's an important it's something that we take very seriously.
Oh, talk about a man of multiple talents. Great achievements there. We are proud of you as a South African, our very own. So, Peter, since 2019, since the first publication of the Stellenbosch Mafia, you have spoken a lot and given insight about the concept of this book and reviewed the literature of your work. So today, our discussion will not be based more on what you have already shared, because I saw that you've done a great job talking about your product, and that was good. Just for the overview of this book, can you talk to someone who has not heard of or read your book? Just from the horse's mouth, how would you summarize your book in a nutshell, but also leaving us enough impetus to go and get ourselves a copy?
Well, I hope everyone goes and gets a copy. Look, it's the book's title is the Stellenbosch Mafia Inside the Billionaires Club, and it does revolve around. Initially, it revolves around a group of businessmen in Stellenbosch in the Western Cape, powerful businessmen, heads of some of the country's biggest, most influential and richest companies. And these individuals, in their own right, are also extremely wealthy. And the term Stellenbosch Mafia is something that over the last couple of years has become almost a political term. It was used during the height of state capture. Julius Malema is a big fan of attacking the Stellenbosch Mafia. And you'd remember the Bell Pottinger PR company that did so much damage to the country when it intervened in our national discourse also used the term Stellenbosch Mafia. So it is about trying to identify who the Stellenbosch Mafia is, who the members are, what is their influence in the country, how far does their influence stretch. And you mentioned social and social history and national and history of the country earlier. It also revolves around the history of the country. These are white Afrikaans businessmen. So the question needs to be asked: how did they grow to be so wealthy? What did they do to become so rich? And what did they do to build up these big companies? So. It was immensely enjoyable to research, to write, and so that's generally in a nutshell what it's about. Who are the members of the Stellenbosch Mafia? Are they evil? Do they influence the country in a negative way? And how did they become so rich?
So people, you heard it. Go out there, go find out how can we revive our economy, especially since the COVID-19 pandemic. We might identify the gaps. So guys, please go out there, go get yourself a copy. So I see a fresh new book was published in March 2021, still the Stellenbosch Mafia. Is there a difference in context with the one published in July 2019?
So we published, or the publishers rather, Jonathan Ball Publishers, published a B format with extra information that has come to light since the book was published, and also material that I didn't use initially. The book, a strong focus of the book obviously is Johan Rupert, who is depends on what the status of the rand is. He might be the second or the first richest man or most richest man in the country. Depends on the rand dollar exchange rate. There's a lot more information around him and his company in the book. So the gist and the general thrust of the book remains the same, but the yellow version, there's a red one and a yellow one.
Yes,
the yellow one does have a little bit more information than the red one.
So I hear we should, for our benefit, we should get both the 2019 and the 2021 copy. Am I right?
You can just get the last one. The last one has got everything that the red one has and more. So the yellow one is the one you want. Okay, so we are going for March 2021 publication, the B format. Yes, exactly.
We are rushing. So during your interviews in 2019, you already spoke of the setting of your book, like why the Stellenbosch. Would you say that Mr. Julius Malema contributed to or influenced the title of your book in any way?
I don't think he influenced the title. There was a lot of criticism on the title, especially from people in Stellenbosch who live there, people who are close to the people who are on the cover of the book. You know, their friends were very critical of the title that I chose, or that the publishers and I chose. And the publishers, you know, we chose that title and decided on that title because in 2017, 16, 17, 18, the Stellenbosch Mafia was a topic that people spoke about, especially on social media. There was a lot of question marks around what the Stellenbosch Mafia's influence on the economy was. You know, Julius Malema, for example, viciously attacked and at various points attacked the Stellenbosch Mafia because they were supposedly controlling Cyril Ramaphosa. Julius repeatedly said that the Stellenbosch Mafia controls the country. Now, of course, Julius Malema did not coin the phrase. He did not think up the phrase. It was not his creation. The phrase Stellenbosch Mafia, as far as I could ascertain, was first used in 2002. And it was used by financial journalists in a joking manner when they spoke of a group of businessmen who all made their money in Johannesburg almost and then just moved down to Stellenbosch. You had Yanni Maton from PSG, you had the guys from Capitec, the bank. Obviously, Mediclinic was already there. The Remgro, the Rupert's company was already there. So a number of big South African companies relocated to Stellenbosch with their CEOs and the big executives just moving there. So financial journalists jokingly referred to the Stellenbosch Mafia. So it didn't used to have a negative connotation, but during state capture, it was used as a political term. It was used to attack opponents, and you know, we thought that that's an interesting story to tell. Are they evil? I don't think so. Are they criminal? I could find no evidence of that. So it was a South African story to tell with some history and politics mixed into it, as all our books are, isn't it? Everything has some history and politics.
Yes, it does. So would you say the negativity towards the title is associated with Stellenbosch Mafia, the term Stellenbosch Mafia being the worst example of white monopoly capital?
So that's interesting. Are they the worst example of white monopoly capital? Look, white monopoly capital inherently is a political term because it does denote, it does have a negative connotation to capitalism, which we know is a political system that carries with it enormous inherent problems for a socialized world, but which has over the years and over decades and hundreds of years, well, tens of decades, a number of decades, been shown to be the system amongst a host of bad systems, which probably has the most potential to create the most wealth for the most people. And WMC, white monopoly capital, was also a political term that was weaponized and politicized during the height of state capture. You must remember that especially the media, civil society back then was revealing quite a lot around the corruption involving the ANC government, the corruption involving Jacob Zuma.
Yeah.
And they needed something to counter that. They needed something to draw the attention away from state capture. And
Yes.
with the help of Bell Pottinger, WMC and the Stellenbosch Mafia became terms which they used to draw the attention away from their own criminality.
Yeah.
So there is a debate to be had about white monopoly capital, about monopoly capital. In this context, though, it was used as a political attack term. The criticism from Stellenbosch was, mafia, the word mafia is related to Italian gangs, is related to criminality. And they were upset that I and my publishers, linked them to criminality, which wasn't the case. As I explained earlier, the term Stellenbosch Mafia first originated in 2002 among financial journalists when they referred to this group of businessmen. It was only later that it was weaponized. So the etymology of the word is quite interesting. The way that these words are used are fascinating. But I think, when you read the book, it's an analysis, and it's a colorful story of business and of wealth creation, and the fact that these people often share deep bonds through school and university, which I think was very interesting.
Yeah. Wow, that's a handful there, and it seems like it was not only nationally. When it comes to mafia, other people were involved as well, just by the term mafia. That is interesting. That is interesting. So, who was your ideal target audience before you started writing the Stellenbosch Mafia?
That's a great question, and I'm so glad you asked it, Sabu. My target market wasn't people in Stellenbosch. My target market wasn't the well-heeled and well-to-do white Afrikaans speaking people, whether they're in Stellenbosch or in Gauteng or anywhere else. I think my target market was exactly someone who looks like you. I think my target market, and it was a wonderful experience. I wanted to write it for a black audience. I wanted to write it for a black audience who wanted to understand a part of the country's history, which at the time of publication was something that people were speaking about. The white Afrikaans-speaking people in Stellenbosch, because not a lot of what I wrote in the book would have been a surprise to them. And when I wrote the book, at the back of my mind, I did have black South Africans in mind. I did have South Africans in mind, probably from Gauteng. I live in Johannesburg, so black Johannesburg inhabitants, fellow Joburgers who suffer under Eskom at the moment, who I thought would be interested to get a glimpse into a part of history that they might not necessarily have had a glimpse into, because at the time of publication, the term Stellenbosch Mafia was very much something that people were speaking about, and amongst the black intelligentsia and amongst black Twitter, it was certainly a topic. And I thought, look, I am from Stellenbosch. I know the town very well. I went to school at university there. I do have some insights. Let's try to write an entertaining and accessible and a readable book. It's no use that you write a book that's, and I know you're an academic, but heavily academic, and then you don't get a mass market for it. So I did have black people in mind, and I did have in mind because I think, the more that we understand of each other's culture and history background in this country, the better for us all. So that was the market that I had in mind, Sabu. I had someone like you in mind, someone who might be interested in that strand of history. And it's not a very demanding book. I think it's not a very heavy book. It's something that I wanted to be accessible to everyone. And as I said earlier, before we got cut off, one of the wonderful experiences of this book was the fantastic reception and reaction that I got from black readers, black South Africans who wanted to know more. I got so many goodwill and messages from people saying, look, explain to us how you create wealth. How do you create intergenerational? How can you secure wealth so that your children might have it easier than you had?
The legacy,
what did these people do? So it's been quite a fantastic journey, and And you know, I've gotten a lot of brickbats and criticism from Stellenbosch, but a lot of interest and kind words from Johannesburg. And I think that that means the book was a success.
So when you spoke about having to understand each other's culture, you took me back to the Black Lives Matter movement, because I mean, if you do not know what is happening, it's not easy to reflect on anything, and you wouldn't know how to react or respond thereon. So I'm glad that you touched on that we, black, white, we need to understand we need to know each other's culture so that we understand each other.
Yeah, exactly. And you know, we've got such a complicated history in this country.
It is,
everyone approaches history from a different vantage point. Everyone approaches history from a different angle and from a different point of emphasis. And I, you know, and it makes for a very rich country. You know, there's, you know, you can take any subject imaginable, and there will be 5, 6, 7, 8, 10 books written about it, people from different points of view. And the only way in which we can attempt, because I don't think we'll ever have a broad understanding of our true history, but any way to attempt to do it means that we need to delve into history as far as we can. And look, the book is also about history. It's also about the role of Stellenbosch in Afrikaner nationalism, in the rise of Afrikaner nationalism, the rise of the National Party. You know, the Anton Rupert, Johan Rupert's father, who was a much respected businessman. You know, I do write in the book that he was a project of Afrikaner nationalism, because you know what the one thing that I don't know how many of the viewers know this, but in the 1930s, early 1940s, Afrikaners had less than, I think, 2% of the economy was controlled by Afrikaners. They were in fact distrustful of the system of capitalism. And the South African Communist Party made strong inroads into amongst Afrikaners because they simply didn't trust capitalism or the banks. And by 1948, the nationalists wanted to get hold or wanted to control a larger part of the economy, much like many black people in the country feel today, that they feel outside of the economy and they feel they want to control more of the economy. So what the nationalists did was, you know, they pushed someone like Anton Rupert, and he was a project of Afrikaner nationalism. So it's part history, social history, and the more things change, the more they change, they stay the same. There are a lot of parallels between black economic empowerment and what was done in the 1930s and 40s. And that's also a story that I wanted to tell.
Yeah, that's yeah. Now let's just proceed. Let's just proceed. So would you say your target audience changed during the writing process in any way?
No, I don't think so. I was very clear from the beginning that this is not a book that I'm writing to be popular amongst people who purport to be part of the Stellenbosch Mafia, nor was it an attempt to ingratiate myself with friends in Stellenbosch and acquaintances in Stellenbosch. So I never wrote it for Stellenbosch. I think I was pretty clear from the beginning that it's a book and a story that I want told so that that black South Africans in Joburg, where I live, could have an idea of where the Stellenbosch Mafia comes from, what role Stellenbosch played in history, and how Afrikaner businessmen built themselves up into the force in the economy that they are today. So it was about, you know, it was a fascinating project for me to do, but it was also about trying to give black South Africans an insight into something that I had access to.
Yes, because you also had an idea on how to approach the whole project as opposed to someone else who has never been exposed to such.
Yes, absolutely. Look, it's a massive project to write. Any author will tell you it's something that looms ahead of you like an enormous, insurmountable mountain. But yes, I was uniquely placed. I knew the town very well, having grown up there. I knew obviously many of the characters that I write about.
Yeah.
And being a working journalist, you know, you do have the researching skills and sometimes the access that you use in your day-to-day job. And I thought, you know, let's put this to use and write a book.
So, in addition to what you have mentioned thus far, what is there any other vision and goal for this book?
Maybe a movie in which Brad Pitt plays me. No, it's a book that I think I'll update in a couple of years' time, maybe 5 to 10 years. Maybe there's something that changes, but I'm very happy with how the book was received and how the book did. You know, obviously not everyone is enamored with the book, not everyone likes it. You know, not every review is a good review, but the book was read, and I'm very happy that we managed to put together something which I think is accessible, which is easy to read, and which is a fun read, even though you might not agree with everything in it. But no real different plans. We'll maybe update it in 5 to 10 years' time.
Yeah, so the purpose was achieved. You wrote the book was made available, and the book was read.
Exactly, and that's what you want. As an author, you just want people to read your terrible prose.
Yeah. So, being a journalist first, can you take us through the journey of writing this book from what you can recall? I understand it was only published in 2019, so you might have difficulty in recalling some of the events. But what have you learned before, during, and after writing this book?
Discipline with writing is the most important thing, and it's much like studying. You need to sit your ass down in front of the computer. You know, it's about hard work. It's you know, there is this romantic idea that when you write a book, that creativity and inspiration just flows from your fingers into the keyboard or from your pen, and that's certainly not the case. It's a lot of hard work. It's a lot of research. It's about being disciplined. It's about being diligent. And then only once you've done the research, then you can start thinking about the writing process. And the writing process is a lonely process. It's something that takes extremely long, obviously. But you've got a whole team working with you. I had a wonderful editor that worked with me that made the copy and the writing so much better. But it's certainly a hard job, and it takes a while to recover from that. What I remember very well is, you know, cold winter's evenings when everyone's asleep in your house, and after you've done a hard day's work, where you sit down at the desk, you know, in the dead of night and just keep on writing, even though you might think that what you've just taken 4 hours to write is terrible, is crap. You know, you need to get words down on paper. Once you've got 70 or 75 or 80,000 words down on paper, then you can start working with a text. So it's you know, it's much like journalism. It's research, it's writing, and of course it's creative writing, because you want people to read what you write. So it needs to be well written as well. It doesn't just help that you spew 70,000 or 80,000 words. It needs to be enjoyable and readable. So that's certainly something that I'll never forget. Those long, lonely winter's nights.
And a word after word, that shows much progress, no matter how small it might seem, but that's progress. You
Absolutely.
wrote a word after a word.
Yeah, exactly. It's just I've always had this image in my mind when I write, and I'm struggling. It's, you know, I imagine myself being a green John Deere tractor in first gear. You know, it goes very slowly, but at least it moves forward, and that's all you want.
I can imagine also the masters and the doctoral students, or rather candidates, can relate
Absolutely.
now.
I'm sure.
So, are there any sections that are associated with your down or happy moments in the book?
I think they were all equal measure. Some were down, some were up. Look, it's as far as the writing process is concerned, it's look, it's not easy. It's painful. I mean, you know, I remember, you know, I've got a young family, so they went on weekends away, and then you sit alone watching or writing and staring at your computer screen. So that's painful. But a pleasurable moment is when you finish your first draft. You know, when you finish that first consolidated Word document and you can send it off to the publisher, and then you take a breather. But then the real work also starts, because it comes back from the editor with a lot of red marks, and then you have to work through possible improvements to the text, you know, and you don't always agree with it, but I think it came out for the better after the hard work that the editor did. So it's look, it's an enormously rewarding process writing a book, and there's nothing quite like walking into an exclusive books and seeing your book on a shelf, and seeing someone paging through it. You know, then you just want to walk over and say, look, you can buy it. It's a good book, I promise. So the book was an absolute pleasure to do, by and large, to be quite honest.
That's great to hear. So what was the highlight of the Stellenbosch Mafia writing journey?
Definitely the moment I was at my office at News 24 and a courier delivered my author's copies, delivered 6 author's copies, and you know, fresh from the printing press. So that's a definite highlight. But also another highlight is when your publisher just sends you a note saying, we've gone to the printers today, you know, then it's done. Then you can't change anything. You know, the lawyers have checked it. People who are going to be angry, you know, they're going to be angry, but that's just how it is. And once they press that button at the printing press in Cape Town where it was printed, there's no going back. And that's also a wonderful highlight.
So do you remember yourself at that moment, like the emotions at that time? Can you put it into words?
Obviously, it's a sense of relief, but it's also a sense of achievement. You know, I'm quite an average journalist. I'd never thought that I would have written a book, and to be part of a wonderful publishing house. I'm contracted to Jonathan Will Publishers. It's such a privilege working with professionals who really go out of their way to make sure that your book is available everywhere. So it's you know, to put it into words, once you get the book, it's a sense of achievement. Obviously, you're very proud, but also relieved that it finally has been published. But also anxiousness, because you know, you think, shit, I could have done this better, I could have done that better, or I missed a trick there, or you know, look how terrible this was written. But you know, that's how it is. You try your best in the moment, but certainly a sense of relief and of achievement.
Most definitely. What's done is done, no more turning back.
Exactly. You know, the die is cast. There we go. There's nothing I can do anymore.
So did you have any fears when you were writing this book?
No, not really. Look, there are fears when you publish the book and writing the book and publish the book that you know, you might burn bridges, you might you know, alienate people, and that certainly did happen, unfortunately. But to be able to communicate a story like this to, you know, thousands and thousands of people who spent their rands on this book is such an immense privilege. And you know, this has now become the reference work about Stellenbosch and about the Stellenbosch Mafia, and that's a wonderful privilege, and that's a wonderful thing that I'm so lucky to be able to have done, thanks to the wonderful publishers I work with. So wasn't scared, obviously apprehension, you know, seeing your name on the cover of the book at the airport, exclusive books at Joburg, you know, that is daunting, but very cool to be honest.
So would you change anything in the book given the opportunity?
No, I wouldn't. I will, you know, you can always improve the writing. You know, you can always improve on the research. You know, you can delve into certain topics a little bit deeper, I think. So apart from normal improvements, there's not a lot. I think there's nothing that I would not have published. Put it that way. There's nothing that I would have left out. You know, if I was able to write full time because I'm a working journalist, you know, the book might have looked different. But look, Sabu, I remain very proud of the book, and I'm very lucky that the book was published. You know, you can always write better, but writing is a lifelong journey. I think writing is something that you learn every single day, and certainly journalism is one of those professions that, you know, once you think you've got it figured out, it bites you up the ass and it trips you up. So the moment you think that you know all the tricks of the trade, then it tends to catch you out. So I think in journalism, as with writing books, you need to remain humble because you get knocked off your perch very easily.
And on the other hand, being a journalist assisted you a lot, as you have mentioned, because if you were solely a book writer, we don't know how things would have turned out. Maybe the research wouldn't be so enormous.
Exactly. Look, the journalism obviously helped. As a journalist, it's part of your everyday work, obviously in a much more condensed time period. But research, checking facts, speaking to people, and writing and producing that, you do that in the course of 24 hours every single day. So that certainly helped me, and I'm glad for that. Happy that I had that background. Next time, I think I'll improve on my processes, I think.
So can we expect the second edition of the very same book?
Look, there's a project in the works, and I'll keep you posted on that. But there's a similar project in the works with Jonathan Ball Publishers, and we hope to get that on the shelves next year.
Oh, so it's 2022, guys. You've heard it. 2022, look out.
Exactly.
Shelves. Okay, so the first publication was red, yellow. So any idea?
Maybe
orange.
Maybe ANC green, black, and yellow. You never know.
Yeah, you never know. So guys, we're crossing fingers, ne? Crossing fingers for you. So do you relate to and with any of the book characters? You mentioned that you know some of them. So do you relate with or to them in any way?
That's a good question. Not on a personal level. I won't say I'm friends with any of them. But given my background as white Afrikaans, I went to the same school as some of them and attended the same university. So you do have similar socialization, and you are pretty much brought up in the same milieu. You're brought up in the same environment. So in that sense, they are definitely, I can relate to them. I can probably relate to the way that they think, and probably relate to the way that they process history. But am I friends with any of them? No. Am I close to any of them? No. Have I worked with or for any of them? No. It's purely a matter of chance that I was able to write about them, given that I understand the environment, understand the culture, understand the history. I wanted to bring that to a wider audience, specifically a Black audience.
Oh, so what are their thoughts on the book?
No, they don't like it. I don't think that any of them liked the book. I know for a fact Johan Rupert does not like the book, which is a pity. I maintained a very cordial relationship with him for many years, and I was quite disappointed in the way that he responded to the book, given that he knew what I was working on, and I spent some time in his house, talking to him about the country, about history, about all manner of things. So no, they don't like the book. Stellenbosch people generally detest the book.
Oh, so do you still go to Stellenbosch?
I do. It's a town that's very close to my heart. I often go back for reunions and visiting friends and going to watch sport and such. So I'd still go back. The first couple of months was tough. People did indicate their displeasure with me, if I can put it lightly. But I do go back, yes.
Oh, okay. No, at least you are still able to. So this not being your first product, how did you feel when you completed writing this book in particular, like right at the end, closed?
It was the first book that I wrote on my own, so that was daunting and very satisfying. Obviously, as I said earlier, a little bit apprehensive. When you put something down on paper, it's literally something of you that you give to the whole world to see and to read. And if they reject that, everyone has a fear of rejection. Even the most hard-nosed among us have a fear of rejection. So you do have that fear, but obviously very relieved that it was done. Halfway through the writing of the book, I did have a wobbly at one stage where I thought, look, let's cancel this book. I don't want to do it anymore. But the publisher insisted and bought me lots of wine, and in the end, we finished it. And so a sense of relief is the very first emotion that you get.
Okay. So would you replicate the methodology of this book in another African country or continent?
I would. I'm in fact doing it now. Looking at another interesting sociological subset of South African society and politics. But as with every project, you improve on your methodology and you improve on your process. And you improve on your methods of research and gathering information. It's obviously difficult when you do have a full-time job as a journalist. Because I think if you are able to write full-time, the product will obviously be so much better. But it is what it is. And journalism and writing books, they feed off each other. So I think it worked out well.
So as you have worked on 3 successfully published books, what would you say are your word building techniques?
Building techniques.
Yeah, the word, like how have you improved on your writing? What did you do to improve on your grammar or the content?
It's reading. I mean, that's the only way. I read quite a lot. I do have a number of favorite journalists that I follow to death. And I read by emulating, I improve by emulating, and I improve by reading. Reading the book now, there are some paragraphs and passages where I cringe, where I think, oh my word, I've written it like that, But that's how writing works. The only way in which you can improve writing is about doing it, is by doing it and practicing it and reading and emulating and reading and following what the great writers do. That's the only way. Look, I'm not a native English speaker. My mother tongue is Afrikaans. And like if you're Sotho or Tswana, you think in your mother tongue often. But when you start working in English, that along the way it changes. You start arguing in English, and you start doing stuff in English, which is just how the world works these days. But it's about reading. That's the only thing that you can do to improve writing. And I've got a number of journalists that I follow and whose work I follow closely. And you need to find your own style. Your own voice is unique as well, and it doesn't help that you 100% emulate someone else. But you need to look at the masters. And there's a whole wealth of wonderful writers out there that that anyone can read.
So referring to writing a book as an author, and also with journalism, your first day-to-day job, what are your plotting maneuvers when it comes to writing?
Planning is planning a book. You need to sit. I mean, when you start planning a book, you need to know what you want to achieve. You need to write towards something. What are you setting out to achieve with this story? And when I wrote Stellenbosch Mafia, when I wrote my first book about state capture with Adrian, my colleague, it was an easy book to write because there was a beginning, a middle, and an end. We started it at Polokwane, where Jacob Zuma defeated Thabo Mbeki. We went through the state capture years, and we ended it at the ANC's 2017 Nazareth conference. So there was a narrative arc, a beginning, a middle, and an end. And in Stellenbosch Mafia, there wasn't a narrative arc. There wasn't a storyline or a beginning, middle, and an end. So I had to get my planning right. With the current book I'm doing, I've got a big white sketch pad where I plot the book. So, I try to first up, I try to put down on paper a framework or a skeleton of how I think the book's structure should look. And then I try to flesh out the different sub topics or chapters. Then I try and identify what do I need to complete those stories and chapters, and who do I need to interview, and what research do I need to get done. So I suppose it's much like an academic piece of work, but it changes. You know, it's a dynamic process. Once you start writing, something that you think might fit in well here, you know, actually moves to the front or moves to the back. So you need to have planning. You need to know exactly, I think, who you want to speak to, but you then also need to be agile enough to move things around. Move components around, because once the writing process starts, I think your brain also changes. Synapses fire differently. And you think, you know, this might actually fit in better here, and this might not work, and you know, you might drop a chapter altogether. So I don't know if that makes sense, but you need to sit down and plot something. Look, writing a book is not any romantic enterprise where you sit in front of a computer and words just flow out. That's just not how it works. You need to plan, and you need to sit, and often there are dark and quiet hours where you write 50 words in an hour. And then there are other periods of time where you write 1,000 words in an hour. So it changes all the time.
So you should have the sense of adapting and also being versatile in a way, and also think out of the box from time to time.
Yes, you do. You must. Look, it remains a creative process. It's not a dogmatic process. You have to have some dogmatism involved, otherwise you won't finish the book. But it remains a creative process. It remains a creative process in the quality of writing or creative writing. It remains creative in the way in which you present arguments or in who you interview. And it's a creative process when you start packaging the book and creating the cover. So even though there is planning and dogmatism involved, it does remain creative.
Yeah, I hope that will be useful in the other people who are looking at you right now and be like, wow, I want to be that man. And how were you able to become a bestseller?
Look, a combination of luck and fortune and a very good marketing team at Jonathan Ball. Look, it's about timing. It's about timing. The book was published at the right time. And look, I'm not a particularly good writer, but I try. It's, if you want to become a best-selling author, you need to have a very deep interest in your environment, in your country, in your people, in the country's history. And you want, every one of us likes watching a nice movie or a nice series on Netflix. If you like telling stories, then you should try writing them down.
Yeah. And how would you encourage aspiring authors to chase their dream as writers?
Read. Writing comes from reading. I do believe writing comes from reading. If you want to write, you need to read 100 times more than you write. That's the only way in which you'll be competent enough to write. Not that I am, but I think the only way in which you'll be able to get people to read what you write. So if you want to become a good author, a good writer, read. That's all it is. And writing is it takes discipline. It takes doing. You need to practice as much writing as you can. So read as much as you can, and then write for about 1/10 of that. So for every 1,000 words you write, you need to read 10,000 words.
More. Now we get you, guys. Did you hear that? You must read, and read. So how do we get hold of your work? How do we contact you for anyone who would want to advise or want to know more about your work?
Look, welcome to send me an email. My email address is pdutoit@24.com. That's PDUTOIT@24.com. That's 24.com. I work for News 24. I'm on Twitter as well under my name, Peter du Toit. So drop me a message there, and I'd be happy to chat to anyone who wants to talk about books and writing.
Oh, Thank you, guys. Please make use of this man. He's offering your assistance to you. Please reach out. His sounds are like the best, one of the best.
Happy to do it, Sabu. Happy to do it.
Okay. Thank you once again from the Central University of Technology, University of the Free State, and the Sol Plaatje University. We are hoping to be with you again in our second annual book fair, which should be next year. Do you not have anything more to add?
I'm so glad that you guys are doing this. I do think that our whole future and the future of our youth and our children depends on reading, not screens. So reading. So I'm so glad that you guys are doing this. All the best with your project, and I hope that you get enormous support.
Thank you. So you surely will spread the word out there.
Absolutely, will do.
Thank you, man. Thank you.
Okay, Sabu. Keep well.
Have a lovely day, Feather.
Bye-bye. You too.
Bye.
Wow. Wow. What an amazing experience to be immersed in such a discussion. Now, what follows next is the panel discussion by Ms. Boo and Dr. Modise. Over to you, colleagues.
Thank you, colleague Chair and Ms. Boo for leading us in that discussion. I think the way forward, it will be question, comments from your side. You can put your question, your comments on the chat box, and you'll also forward your comments and a question to the author of the book. And well done, Boo, and congratulations for doing that.
Thank you.
We have observed a number of comments from our colleagues on the chat box. I saw the comment from Esther, from Moses, and also from a number of colleagues there. Zuku, also your comment. Mondi, your comment. And thank you so much for that comment. Zbu, I don't know from your side, do you have anything comment? Because of time, we'll take your comment to the author of the book, and then we'll come back to you.
Okay, thank you, colleagues. I see that you posted the comments on the chat section, but looking at them, I'm not sure if, I'm not sure if you guys, colleagues, were answered. Some of your comments and questions were covered during the discussion. So if you still have an outstanding query, you can always forward to Mr. Peter Dutoy. And unfortunately, we are running behind schedule, but if we had more time, we would have permitted the discussion on the book for anyone that have read the book. But due to time, we will be unable to share our views on the book.
Agreed, Ms. Boo. Thank you very much.
Thank
yes,
you.
Yeah. Once more, colleagues, can somebody mute? Thank you very much. Once more, colleagues, this was just a breathtaking experience, of being immersed in such a book that, took the country by storm. Everybody was raving about the book. Fortunately, today it was our turn as the Free Staters, those who missed that first opportunity to meet the author. So we saw the author and we listened to him, what inspired him to write the book and the experiences he went through, the resentment in other quarters and the appreciation in other quarters. So, and also the motivation and inspiration for others to write. And, also letting people know that, let me switch on my camera. Yes, and also letting people know that, it's doable. people can write, and the more people write, the more the country will be inspired. And I also like the fact that Peter mentioned that people must read. He wrote because he just reads, you know, he just reads. So really, this is just a good platform for us as the Cen-Free-Sol institutions. You know, we are getting more inspired to do better in the upcoming book fair in 2022. Right, now we are going to move over to our next panel discussion. The next panel discussion is the theme is repatriation of linguistically exiled letters. So the facilitator is going to be Dr. Richard Molwele. He's from the Solplaatje University. And then we have Professor Scholl. I don't know if it's Scholle or Scholl. Scholle or Scholl. Ms. Lerato Trok and Ms. Tuelo Gabonewe. Those are the panelists. But before we give the panelists the opportunity to discuss the book, let us go to the clip, the presentation of the book, and then we will engage with the panelists thereafter. Over to you, organizing team. Thank you very much.
Sorry, Janet, there's no clip for this book. It was gonna be live. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Right. So, yeah. Over to the panelists, Mr. Sabata Mugai and Professor Jesmail Mataga, I hope I said it correctly, are the authors of this book. And so it's up to the authors to take us through the book, what inspired them to write the book, and especially in the time and history that we live in, you know, we want to hear, because now in the past, this knowledge was not there, but now recently it is coming up to the forth, you know, where we are being, you know, shown that, you know, this is what has happened. Now repatriation of letters, you know, the rehoming of exiled works, of exiled African literature. I mean, it's a big thing. I mean, it's something that, you know, should be applauded, you know, at the mountaintops to say, hey, there is something. Now you can see that we have always been described as a oral people, but now Africans are writing as well, and they are documenting what they have experienced. So I'm going to give over to Mr. Sabata Mugai and Professor Jesmail Mataga at SPU to take us through the book. Thank you very much.
Good morning, colleagues. I think Dr. Richard Molwele is the moderator of this panel.
Thank you very much.
Good morning. Good morning. Thanks, Sabata. Thanks, Sabata. Ladies and gentlemen, it is such a great honor that we are gathered here today on this platform to promote the culture of reading. A lot has been said by previous speakers in concernment with the issues of books, issues of reading, and we are also going to say something about the books. I'm going to facilitate this slot on repatriation of linguistically exiled letters. And we will run the slot in this way. First, it would be Mr. Sabata Mugai, who will give us the bird's eye view about the project. Then allow Tuelo Gabonewe, Lerato Trok, as well as Professor Scholle, to beef up and fill the gaps. Let me also declare, ladies and gentlemen, that Sabata Mugai will be recused immediately after making his presentation of about 10 minutes. He would be recused as he's not very well. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to favor you with Mr. Sabata Mugai's short profile. I'm doing that because Sabata is the man behind this project that we are going to be talking about. Sabata Mugai is an academic, a novelist, and a translator. He teaches creative writing in African languages at Solplaki University. He has written the biography of Solplaki, and over and above this, he authored Setswana novels, Hakimudisa, Pikeledi, and Letwamano. He has translated 2 children's books by Tina Mhlope from English to Setswana, and he co-edited with Brian Whelan, of course, 2 books. The first one, Solplaki's Muhudi. The second one, Solplaki, Life in Letters, that was done in 2020. He has won a number of awards, to just mention a few. Mnet Literary Award for the best Setswana novel in 2030. And furthermore, he was awarded a South African Literary Award. That's a lot that we can say about this. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, allow me, fellow colleagues, to give a platform to Ndadevi Sabatamukai, who would speak. And immediately thereafter, we ask him to go because he's not well. And we would remain with Professor Shole, a torchbearer. Professor Shole is a torchbearer because he always guides us, take us, and we follow him all the time. Professor Shole would remain, Rato Trok would also remain with us, and Tuelo Havne will be in the panel, just to give us an idea of what is happening with the repatriation of letters. Because the project was started due to the fact that there is shortage of books, and yet there are so many books that have been written. Books have been written, but they have been written by Black people, and they were written in English. When writers write, they write in another language. They don't write it for some reasons. Maybe we will get the reasons why that is the case. So it is against this background that books, novels in particular, are being transcreated by the team headed by the team of authors. They've been moved from English now. They crossed the fence. They are in Setswana. They will tell us more. Let me afford you this opportunity to give us. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Richard Molwele, and thank you to colleagues who are joining us. The repatriation of letters is it's what one would call some literary revolution. I'll take you back to a conference of African writers of English expression that took place on the 1st of June at the University of Makerere in Uganda, in Kampala, Uganda. The conference, the first thing, the name of the conference excluded African writers who were writing in mother tongue. And this was a huge conference, big conference in the Anglophone Africa. And what that conference did was to put a stamp of approval on the idea that if it is not in a European language, it is not literature, which means that a person like Thomas Mofolo, who gave us one of the first, if not really the first, African language novel, Moetu wa Botjhabela, in 1907 in Lesotho, if he were to ask to attend that conference, he would not be allowed to attend that conference on the basis that he wrote in Sesotho. Now, what that conference also did was to create this framework of what African literature is. And then we started having a lot of attempts by African writers to tame the English language, twist it and make it their own. And hence we now speak of Englishes. But also in the process, we saw the slow death of African language literature. You go to schools and universities today, you look at books that are read. So many of them are very old. Books that were produced in the 1970s, in the 1980s, are still used to teach in class today. And this is because the pool is so little. And so we thought that we need to do something. One, it's not easy to find enough people to encourage to write in mother tongue. A lot of people were educated in English, and as a result, it becomes an easier way of expressing yourself as a writer. But we also have the privilege of living in a multilingual society. We have studied languages. South Africa, with its troubled history, one of the things that was not taken away from us was our languages. People have been taught in isiZulu, in Sesotho, in Setswana, and so on in the past. And people have been able to produce literature in those languages. However, that literature was not enough. Now, the repatriation of letters project came out of the idea that was firstly, or an argument that was firstly made by now Professor Ratius Melato-Malope in the 1970s at the University of the North, where he argued that this novel by Sol Plaatje, Mohudi, which was the first novel in English to be written by a Black South African, he made an argument that Mohudi was essentially a Setswana novel, not really an English novel. And then later on, we had my colleague who is a fellow panelist here, Professor Shole, together with Dr. Eileen Powe, who went further to actually advocate for the return of Mohudi to its linguistic base. Hence, we are using the word repatriation. Repatriation and translation differ in the sense that in translation, I could take Mohudi, written in English, and translate it into French. That is translation. But in repatriation, firstly, I acknowledge that the author of Mohudi was Setswana speaking. And secondly, that he wrote in a language that was not his. And if I were to quote Shole and Eileen Powe in the case they made for the repatriation of Mohudi back to Setswana, they were saying, Mohudi is a novel by a patriotic Motswana, which has as its subject his Botswana people and their Setswana world. It is inspired by and owes its being to the Setswana setting, history, and socio-cultural world. Now, you listen to that argument, it tells you that the story in Mohudi could not have been conceptualized in English, when the author himself had already, at the time when he wrote Mohudi in 1920, he had already translated Shakespeare's plays into Setswana, 2 plays, the Chunchu's Abu Julius Caesar, which was Julius Caesar, and the Posho Posho, which was the Comedy of Errors. But he took a decision to write a novel in English for reasons that he gave. The first reason was that he wanted to let the world know how an African thinks. He spoke about the back of the native mind. Secondly, he said he was hoping that through the sales of this book, he would be able to get money to produce more books in Setswana. Now, also, one person who has been advocating for African language literature is Ngugi wa Thiong'o, who wrote in his well-known book, Decolonizing the Mind, The Politics of Language in African Literature, about the future of African literature. He said, the future of the African novel, and let us say also of African poetry, plays, and so on, is then dependent on a willing writer ready to invest time and talent in African languages, a willing translator ready to invest time and talent in the art of translating from one African language to another. A willing publisher ready to invest time and money, or a progressive state which would overhaul the current new colonial linguistic policies. Now, inspired by these arguments, we then looked for books that were written in English by Setswana-speaking authors. We read these books and we could tell that the author of this book is Setswana-speaking. You can tell Muhudi itself does not have a single English-speaking character in it. You can tell when you're reading Martin Kobeka's Taung Wells, the story beautifully written, set in the beautiful village in Taung, that this is a Setswana book and that the translation back to the author's own language would actually liberate him further. You read Call Me Woman by Ellen Kuzwayo, the story that begins in Tabancho, and you realize that translating this back to Ellen Kuzwayo's own language is repatriation. And so that is how the repatriation of letters started. We have Kagiso Molopez, This Book Betrays My Brother, is a novel. Sarcophagus by Tuelo Gabonewe, which has been translated now into Setswana, is Tika Faya Baneng, Call Me Woman by Ellen Kuzwayo. We also have Matters of Life and Death by Lesego Malepe. We have Muhudi by Sol Plaatje. And among the translators, we have Dr. Richard Molwele, who is about to finish with the translation of Call Me Woman, repatriating it into the author's own language. Tuelo Gabonewe has translated his own work, Tika Faya Baneng, and Lorato Trok has translated This Book Betrays My Brother, not really translated by, repatriated it, and Palesa Seleke is busy with repatriating Sol Plaatje's Muhudi. We started, our first meeting was in 2017 or 2018, and we launched the first fruit in this project about a week or two ago, which is Tika Faya Baneng by Tuelo Gabonewe. And we hope that few things will come out of this. One is that a pool of Setswana novels will be bigger. Through repatriation of letters project, this first phase, and we are hoping for more phases, we are adding 7 new novels in that pool. That is the first thing. The second thing is that we know that languages that are not written, read, and used die naturally. And therefore, by writing, you give the language oxygen. You also give this language an opportunity to develop, because you develop new terminology where there is none. You create new words where other words do not, where some words do not exist. You borrow from other languages to grow your language, because borrowing is really, it's normal. English as it is, the late Professor Korapetso Kgostile used to say, English is nothing but a sophisticated fanakalo, because there are so many languages making English what it is. And we're hoping that through repatriation of letters, we will also borrow from other languages and create new terms so that our language is growing. And we are also hoping that it will be emulated by other universities that are focusing on other languages. At Sol Plaatje University, the main language that is targeted by the repatriation at the moment is Setswana, and we're hoping that our colleagues in the Free State will do that with Sesotho. We'll look for English work written by Sesotho-speaking writers and repatriate it to its linguistic base, which is Sesotho. I hope, Dr. Molwele, that I have done justice to what you asked me to do, sir.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Dr. Mukai. You've made it. You've nailed it on its head. Thanks so much. You've given us the background why you've started with the repatriation of letters. And now our colleagues at Central University, our colleagues at University of the Free State, and our colleagues here who know why we are in this project where we are repatriating the letters from English to Setswana. We have in our midst, ladies and gentlemen, a torchbearer in the name of Professor Shole. We will allow him some time before I call Melorato Trok le Re to brief and fill some gaps and answer a few questions. Ndate Shole, Prof. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Dr. Mulwele, and thanks to Sabata Mukai, the main man. I think he has put it so well. I have little that I can add to, and thanks to everybody. Now, if you allow me, from my perspective, I would like to give a little philosophical and historical background to this project. And that will be mostly from a personal involvement. This is about repatriation, a form of cultural repatriation, and about translation, basically. And I first used translation for cultural repatriation at the launch of the translation of Zygmunda's dramas 20 years ago. And I felt, translating Zygmunda is not like translating Shakespeare, because Mda's works should have been written in Sesotho or in Xhosa in the first place. And by being written in English, they are moved from their home base to a foreign English world. And somewhere I said they are vestiges of imperial conquer. And to put them back in their mother languages is returning them to their home base, the African language communities that they are about, as Sabata has said. We are repatriating them from linguistic exile, which is another concept that I introduced. Now, and then I presented a paper in Mafikeng and in Kimberley and coined the word for a repatriative form of translation, Petzolelo, which is also a wordplay on Petolelo, which led to the project repatriation of letters, for which we have already launched the first product, as he has already mentioned, the transcreation of Tuelo sarcophagus into Tshikafaya by the author himself. And I know now the book Tshikafaya is already prescribed for Sol Plaatje students. Now, the point is whether African language speakers are not creative. Sabata mentioned the decline in writing, and whether the African languages are not suitable for literary expression. Now, you have, of course, African writing, but they are writing in English. And African literature written in English is exiled into, it's like exiled into European culture. And we are referring now to European languages that are former colonial languages of our former imperialists. And to transcreate them, to repatriate them, these works by African writers, is to reclaim, to re-nativize them, to reimagine them in the native languages of the authors, of the African authors, and their African language communities. So, Petzolelo is a repatriative translation, which later we said repatriative transcreation. And it's not just, to add works in African languages or to transfer what was written in English into an African language. It's not just an artistic project. It's a revolutionary a political act. It's an intervention, because translation, of course, is interventionist. It comes between two situations. Firstly, it disrupts this environment where the hegemonious European languages predominate unfairly and stifle native language creativity for reasons some people will cite. And it liberates the artistic works from a foreign language, and it disrupts this colonization product. It decolonizes, and by as Ngugi would say, when you are a patriotic African writer, you will think of your people and your culture and your development first. So patriotic writers like Plaiki, like Ngugi, like Zig Mphahlele, have their works in English, and we are trying to bring them back to where they belong. You know, I'm thinking of a Zimbabwean writer, Ndlovu, who transcreated a collection of short stories in English, Where to Now or something like that, and into Indebele, Sikonde P Manje. And he was saying, I'm trying to demonstrate that African people are creative. It's just that they are creative in wrong languages. And by translating back into the African language, I am enriching African language literature and culture. And you know, when Mhudi was written in English, one Professor Duke said, you know, Mhudi in Setswana would have served a purpose. And one other professor of Setswana said, for all intents and purposes, Mhudi should have been the first Setswana novel. It's a Setswana novel. You know, there is this work by Peter Lenham, which is originally a Sesotho novel written by Mopedi Poulos. And it was published in 1953 as Blanket Boy's Moon, when in fact it should have been first published in Sesotho and have been one of the earliest, greatest works in Sesotho, the greatest after Mofolo's Chaka. Of course, some years later, in 2008, it was reworked, I think, by the same author as Mushanyana Selele Hudisa, which is also one of the things that inspired me to push for this reclaiming our works that are written in English by African writers. Now, the other point I would like to make is that we should be celebrating, after what Mr. Mukai said, we should be celebrating a little, because a little seed that we planted those many years ago is now taking shape and developing into some kind of a baobab. I've just learned that, you know, Dr. Mahala, who wrote When a Man Cries, and then rewrote it, I think, in isiZulu as Yakalindod, and that Ndlovu who transcreated Where to Now into Sikondepi, and Mopedi Poulos as Mushanyana Selele Hudisa. So it's not a Sol Plaiki Shole Sabata original idea totally. And of course we've had Masisi Kunene's works in Sizulu and in English. They are in English. They are celebrated in English, but they are also available in isiZulu. Just like you will have in Afrikaans, Andre Brink and Dion Meyers. They have their works in other languages of the world, but their works are also available in Afrikaans. So what we are saying is, there's nothing wrong in writing in a European language, but please make your work available to your people in their native language, which is also your native language. And like Masisi Kude, you write in your native tongue, and if you want a wider audience, you translate your work. Because By writing in English, really, it's depriving your African people of your creative excellence. I think I will pause here, or maybe just answer a few questions. I know there will be a few questions on the major concepts like repatriation and Petzolelo, if needs be. But thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks so much, Prof. Thanks so much, Prof, for shedding some light about this project. Yeah, the little seed is developing into a bow. Those are not my words, they are your words, Prof. Let us hear Tuelo Gabunewe telling us about this bow. I'm aware that he wrote a book in English and he later changed it. He transcreated it into our language. Tuelo, the stage is yours. Please tell us about that bow when you co-first in Setswana. Over to you.
Yeah. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Dr. Mulwele. It is a beautiful day. I'm very happy to be here today to be talking about such an enormous project, the repatriation of letters. Just to give you some background as to how I became involved in the project. I received a call from my brother Sabata about 4 or 5 years ago when he originally pitched the idea to me to say, I've had a conversation with Professor Shole and we've been thinking about this. This is what we want to do. And, just explaining the rationale behind it. And obviously then he starts telling me about, the kinds of books and the titles of books that he wanted to involve in the project. I started hearing names like Sol Plaatje, names like Ellen Kuzwayo, names like Bessie Head, names like Agiso Lesego and Martin Kuboikai, who are big hitters. I mean, these are enormous names, and these people have been around for years and years. They've done a lot of great work around language development and around writing in general. And I'm thinking that, my name is Tuelo Gabunewe, I'm still a young man, I'm still fairly new in the writing world, and I still have a long way to go to get even close to touching some of the achievements and some of the accolades that some of those names have been able to achieve during their lifetimes. But obviously, it's very important work, and I understood why the work had to be done and why it had to be done at the time that it needed to be done. Dr. Mulwele, we have put English on a pedestal, and English has very cunningly and very smartly positioned itself as one of the most important languages in the world. I mean, I work in a bank, and in the corporate environment, we speak quite a bit about positioning, concept, and positioning is basically where you controlling the narrative about how to perceive you, how to see you, and what you want them to understand about yourself. And so, in my opinion, we are basically standing up and positioning Setswana, first of all, as a language that's got everything that you need from a language. It can teach, it can enlighten, it can tickle, it can explain, it can expound, it can shock, it can do everything and anything that any other language anywhere on the planet can do. And so, Yaga Motswana, I felt it was my responsibility to be involved in this project and to come back home and to start writing in my language. Because writing is a way of preserving our language, and writing is a way of making sure that our language doesn't disappear, that our language remains in use, and that we teach the next generation and we make this language available for them so that the language is around for many, many years to come. So as you rightly pointed out in the beginning, that the title of my book that I eventually translated into Setswana was sarcophagus, which is a huge Greek word. And so my thinking at the time that I was writing the book was, I wrote it as my dissertation for the MA in creative writing that I was doing with Wits University at the time. And obviously you want to go big, you want to pass cum laude, you want to outshine everybody who's doing that program at the same time that you are doing it. And so, the writing was a bit all over the place. My first book as well was also written in English. And my thinking has always been to say, there are more people on the planet who speak English versus, the number of people that speak Setswana, which is my home language. And I am glad that I got the opportunity to be involved in the Repatriation of Letters project, because all those myths have been debunked. I have realized that I wasted about 4 or 5 years of my career doing something that ultimately hasn't benefited me in any way. The writing project, when I started working on the Setswana transcreation, when I started working on the first draft, was the most liberating experience of my entire writing career. And even though, the first draft never got to see the light of day, because obviously the Repatriation of Letters project is headed up very brilliantly by Professor Shole, who was just on the podium now and who has spoken beautifully about, repatriation and how the idea came about, and those conversations that he had with Professor Malope back in the day, and many others who have a vested interest in the preservation of our languages. So I did the first draft, and the mistake I made at the time, instead of approaching this as a transcreation project, which basically means that I'm the author of the story. I know what happens, I know the characters, I know everything that happens in there intimately. So what I needed to do at the time was sit down and rewrite the story without necessarily referencing the English text. But obviously that is not what I did. So it was literal translation in the beginning, word for word translation, line by line translation from English into Setswana. So I did that. That was my approach. I finished the first draft and I sent it into Prof as the leader on this project for his opinion. And Prof was unrelenting and uncompromising in the feedback that he provided to me at the time, to say, we are not going to work with this. We don't want you to go and translate word for word what was written in English, because we're trying to repatriate this and bring it back to its original linguistic base. This is a Setswana story. It is your story. You understand it inside out. Go and rewrite the story without even once taking a glance at the English text. And the second experience was even more liberating than the first, because all the shackles were off. I don't have to try and find meaning for what does a sarcophagus mean in Setswana. I don't have to try and translate every little word in that book, but I had to go and find new ways of retelling the story and bringing it back to the people that I intended to read in the very beginning. And obviously there are other titles in the project that will be coming out in due course. Oslo Rato is on the course. She'll be coming on the podium shortly to talk about her experience in this project. But for me, it has been the most liberating experience of my entire writing journey, and long may it continue. I think I will pause here and hand back to you, Dr. Molwele, if you have any further questions or if you'd like to bring others into the conversation as well.
Yeah, thanks so much. Really, I'm agreeing with you that our languages will never die for as long as we have people of your caliber, people that still think that's one is important. But we need to change the culture. We need to change our culture. Maybe people are writing in other languages because they don't have readers. I don't know. That's what I'm thinking. Maybe we are a nation that does not. When we're waiting for the bus at the bus stop there, we chat and make a lot of noise and maybe look at our phones, whatever. We don't take the books from our handbags, from our pockets. We don't read. There's something that I like about whites. I'm giving them 10 out of 10. And please don't slaughter me. Don't cut my neck for saying that. When they are at the surgery waiting for the doctor, you would see them reading a book. When they are waiting for the bus or for the train, you see them reading a book. Because reading widens the horizon. It was said earlier on that when you read, when you are a writer, you need to read even more for you to be able to write. But we need to change the culture. I don't know how will we do it, but it needs to be done. That our people should start to take reading very seriously. Thanks so much, Bello, for the wonderful presentation. You've just mentioned that you wrote it and sent it in, but the professor took it back. You know, he kicked it. In fact, he kicked it out because it didn't represent a trans-created work. It didn't represent a. It was a pure translation, word for word. Because if you were to change, to move it from English to Setswana, and a simple word like good afternoon, and you want to change it in Setswana, good afternoon, you would maybe say wouldn't something like that. I don't know. It doesn't even give sense in our language, you know. So it is important that we should have projects such as this that will help us to have more books. Thanks so much. Thanks so much. That was wonderful. Let us ask May Rock to also share her experiences, because there is a book that she also transcreated or recreated, if you like, from English to Spanish. Melrat, over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mulwele, Dr. Mulwele Kyaleboha. My name is Lorato, and I was actually roped in, or I came in quite a little bit later in the project when it was already in, and I mean, it was no brainer that I was going to say yes to Sabata. It's actually just so easy to say yes to Sabata because he always comes up with this beautiful project, Professor Shole. So my background in literature is mostly in early literacy, is the majority of it. So my primary work is in children's literature. And it started off in actually translating when I was working as a children's librarian at Robert Moffat, Kuruman Moffat Mission in the Northern Cape, in my hometown of Kuruman. When I was translating, you know, I was working in the library where a lot of children's books were in English, and there was nothing for the teachers who were the ones who were coming to the library from surrounding preschools in rural towns in Kuruman, rural villages in Kuruman. And I just took upon myself to I didn't know at the time, because Prof came with this word, I didn't know at the time that I was transcreating, but I was, you know, because for me, I was translating those books in the library, but I was translating them in a way that I was retelling the stories into Setswana from the English stories that they were, because they could not relate to the village teachers and the children who were taking those books out. So I was actually transcreating before transcreating was a thing. And that was what I was doing. And I did a lot of books in Setswana. So for me, it was mostly children's books that I was doing, but I have done a lot of this. So when I was asked to do this transcreation project, Prof. Shole, Sabata, I was really, really excited. But I also felt that it was going to be a daunting task because it was something new. And as you know, as Tuelo has said, or Prof, maybe not strict, but Prof is very professional and wants things, you know, to be in a way that, you know, Libo Sabata is, things need to come out in a way that and transcreation for me at the time was a new, and taking Lesego's book, this is the book that I transcreated, Kagiso Lesego Molope, and the fact that it had won so many awards, I was scared. I must say that I was really scared that I wasn't going to do justice to it, that I was just going to be an imposter. I had that imposter syndrome came and say, oh my God, am I going to do the right thing, and so on. But the way Prof explained it, that don't think about the English, forget about the English text, read the book once,
and just recreate it for the Botswanas, for the new constituents who are going to be reading this as people who speak Setswana as first language Setswana. And that became so much easier because I think that the process of translation was going to be the one that was going to be a daunting task. But then the fact that I had to recreate the story from just understanding the gist of the story and going through, and I didn't want, because it's such a powerful book, for me, I thought that it was also such a powerful book as a Black woman writing this book, because I felt that it had some elements of feminism and gender-based violence and all the other elements that we are dealing with in our country especially. And I had to make sure that I put it out in a way that Lesotho has also written it, so that it doesn't veer off from the message that it was, because the message was so powerful, and that's what happened. So I recreated the story thinking about Black Botswana women or Botswana women who are going to be reading this book. Ke bua ka di-term tsa GBV in Setswana and so on that are not in English, that I understand from me being a Motswana person, not thinking about the English words and so on. So it was just a process that I thought that it really, really, really brought out the best in the way you write your language, in the way I was writing Setswana. It was, it's the first project that I've been involved with where I had to really, really take so much or bring so much from my writing, because I've never been, my writing has always been for children, and you must listen to this. People think that writing for children is easy. It's not. It's actually the most difficult form of writing if you are going to be writing for children. So I told myself that if I can write for that young audience, I'm sure I can do this. Because when you write for children, you don't have the privilege of text as compared to when you write a novel or when you write for adults or when you write a nonfiction book where you've got all this research and you've got all these words that you can do. With children, it's 32 or 500, 200 words, and you must make sure that you stay in there. And children are the most, they criticize you, not criticize in a way that, but if they don't like your story, then it's tickets for you. If you write for children and then you read the story for them and it's like, nah, that's it. You're not going to come back from that. So I think that I had prepared myself, as an author of children's literature, I prepared myself mentally for any other project that I was going to take upon. So when this transcreation, Yaha Profoli Sabata came along, it wasn't a walk in the park, but I was happy to be a part of it and do something else that I have never done before, which was different from the whole career, my career path that I was in most of the time as a children's author and so on. So for me, it's like, this is, like Prof said, this is not something new, it has happened before. But I think that the way that it was done by Prof. Sabata, the way Prof ran the workshop for us and so on, it really was just an affirmation that we are capable of writing in our languages. There's been so many things that we've been told that we are not able to create meaningful literature in our languages. And that has not been true, because most of the time people write, I have heard people say that I don't write in Setswana or in Xitsonga because no one is going to write or to read my books. And that's not the case. And also we have been gaslighted by publishers for a very long time that they don't publish books or our stories because they don't sell. That is not the case. I always say that, this argument is so old. It's not true. We know that people don't want to read something that they don't relate to. If you are going to be producing books that are European all the time, you bring them to more than 80% of the population in South Africa, and you expect them to relate to those stories, then there's going to be that projection that people want, that's what people want to read. And that is not the case. I have also been just reading a lot of Setswana books that are beautifully written. Sabata writes beautifully, Tuelo writes beautifully. I've read children's stories that have been written and even translated beautifully in the Setswana language and other African languages as well. So that is not the case. So for the many times that for all this time that we are going to be doing projects like this, it really is an affirmation that our languages matter and we can write in our languages in a way that the literature can also be celebrated, not just being put for the diakuskolong and that they can't go to bookshops for the masses, for more people to have access to them and so on. So this project really opened my eyes. Also, it also opened my eyes in terms of what else I can do besides what I've been doing in my career all this time. It opened my eyes in a way that I know now that there's many things that I can do. I can create stories from another story as well. So I don't want to go on and on and on about this project. I think Tuelo, Sabata, and Prof, everyone else has said a lot that can be said. And for me, that's the fact that this book is also will be available soon. Sabata maybe will have more information on what's next, but I have completed the translation. Thank you, Dr. Molweni. And
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. Thanks so much, Silrat. Thanks so much. And you know, I'm happy that you brought that book so that people see what you did. I don't seem to see Prof in the room. I wonder whether he's still there because I wanted to ask him this simple question, just to tell us the difference between Phetolelo and Phetolelo, because the two are not similar. And I'm happy that Sabata is here. He mentioned to me this morning that he would, after his presentation, be recused, but he is still here. I'm putting him on the spotlight. He is going to answer that question that was supposed to be answered by Cen-Free-Sol. Sabata, what's the difference between Phetolelo and Phetolelo? Because I heard Prof. Sol saying this is a Phetolelo, this is a Phetolelo. So what's the difference? Sabata?
Thank you so much, Dr. Molweni. I think what I need to do is to actually read from Professor Sole's chapter in a book titled Solplakis Mohudi History, Criticism, Celebration, in which he talks about Phetolelo, because he came with a concept and he needs to be given credit for that. And so this is what he says, and he was referring to Phetolelo in relation to Mohudi, the repatriation of Mohudi back into its linguistic base. And so this is what he says. Mohudi, like all African literary works linguistically exiled in the languages of European colonialists, needs to be reclaimed and reimagined in the native language of its author and his people through a special form of translation, a repatriative transcreation. And then he came with the Setswana word Phetolelo, which is derived from Phetola, which means to revert, to flip, turn inside out or upside down, make a turnaround. A concept which he says is a concept of translation as a means of recapturing that which was lost. So there is a Setswana proverb, a cow never strays or stays away from home until its horns degenerate or turn inside out. So in other words, Phetolelo is a form of translation where you are bringing back home. What we are doing with repatriation of letters is to Phetola instead of Fetola. Fetola being normal translation between languages. In this case, there is a massive theory of repatriation. Hence, it must be a book written in English, but translated to the author's own language, not to any other language, but to the author's own language, which means in the case of Korapetse Kgostile, for instance, instead of him talking about a god with a wet nose, if you are a Motswana reading a poem with that light, you will know, with that line, you will know that he's talking about Modimo Wankwe Metsi. So he's referring to a cow. And so when you translate back into his language, you are, in other words, restoring that was lost through translation into English, because the idea is that when you are not English speaking, but you are writing in English, you create your stories in your mother tongue first, and then later on write them in the second language, which is English. And Petsolelo is a process of bringing back, of repatriating. Hence, Professor Shole said it means to revert, to turn inside out, using that Setswana proverb, it never strays, never stays away for so long until its horns degenerate.
Thanks so much.
Thanks
so much. Thanks so much, Ndaki Mukai. That is well said. In wrapping up, I have a few questions, and such questions are going to be answered by any of the panelists. What will happen to the books? Do you see them being prescribed in schools? I'm happy that it was mentioned earlier on that one of the books already is being used at this university, which is a good thing. Will we have the Northern Cape, the Gauteng, and the Northwest, and other provinces that have Setswana in their schools to prescribe these books? That's one. And how did you choose the books to be recreated? How did you choose the books to be rehomed? How did you choose these books to be repatriated? That's 2. 3. Where to from here? Are you done? Are you done, or will you still be identifying other books that you would be working on in the future? Those are the questions.
Okay, let me attempt, and then fellow panelists will then take over. One is that we looked for books that are in wide circulation, that are written in English by Setswana-speaking authors. We're still looking for more of those. They are not many. You can count with both your hands and your feet, and you will not fill up. You will not take all your fingers and toes. So this was basically, we looked around and we took what we found at that time, and we're also limited by the amount of funding we got from the Northern Cape Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, and also the number of willing translators. You know, Dr. Molwele, that it was so difficult to find translators. And we had to negotiate with all of you. Professor Scholl and I had to negotiate with all of you because you are busy, you're writing your own works, your own dramas, you are teaching at university and so on. So basically the criteria to choose was just go out into the field and see what you can find and bring it home. That was the first one. Secondly, our hope is that these books will be taught at Setswana speaking universities and Setswana teaching universities and schools. When we asked for funding from Department of Sport, Arts and Culture, we asked for funding that included the printing of 350 copies of each title. And this means that every library in the Northern Cape province of South Africa will have one of those titles, repatriated titles. Secondly, that 2 copies will be donated to each of the Setswana teaching universities in South Africa, as well as the University of Botswana. So this means that in the Northern Cape, in the libraries in the Northern Cape, people are covered already. Setswana teaching universities, they will have 2 copies each at each Setswana teaching universities, from TUT to CUT, Northwest University, and so forth. So that's where we are. We are also hoping that we will have the funds to go on phase 2 of this, because we have been identifying other books. Kopano Matwa speaks Setswana, she writes in English. So we keep on identifying other books. There are not many, but the hope is that we will move to phase 2. This was phase 1. We wanted to see if it will work, and it is a resounding success when you look at the launch of the first fruit, really, Tsika Fayabaning. When you look at the academic interest in this project from as far as Austria and the US and so forth, because it has never been done before. People have been talking about translation, but we are talking about repatriation. We are repatriating, we are bringing back that which was lost. The same as it is happening with African artifacts at the British and museum, French museums and so on that have to come back home. We also rehoming stories that are ours, and where we find idioms and proverbs and songs that have been directly translated or over-explained in English. We simply say, no, let us free them from those chains. So that's what I think is going to happen from now on. We move into phase 2, hoping is that other universities will teach these books and schools as well, because now the pool is getting bigger. We don't have to be teaching. I mean, Northwest University has been teaching Hakimodisa, which I wrote for 5-6 years. Surely they can now look elsewhere, because there is now Tuelo Gabonewe, Lorato Trok would have given them work and so on. So the pool is bigger than before.
Thanks so much. Thanks so much. That is well said. I see Prof. Shole's hand is up. Professor. Reshole?
Let me just check. Yeah. Yes. I think it's not only the schools that should be targeted for readers. I think we need public readers as well, because this is done for them as well. And I can tell you there are many more works that would need Dr. Molwele with 50 fingers project. By the way, we have not touched Botswana as yet. We have not touched Mphatlele as yet. We have not touched Mda. And there are works also from Nigeria. I mean, A Man of the People. It's one such works that we, written in Setswana, would read like a novel about Julius Malema or somebody.
Have you landed, Prof?
Other languages, other South African languages, I hope they catch on the fever. But also what I just needed to mention is that, I was excited when I was doing literature research, when I was supervising Dr. Bowe's thesis, theorizing the transcription of Mhudi into Setswana, that somebody was working on the same title and on the same title for an article, and the article was published. Pardon? Am I okay? Hello?
You are audible. You are audible, Prof. You may go ahead. We can hear you.
Okay. Okay. That somebody else has just published an article in the journal about theorizing translation as a repatriative, cultural repatriation, which means this idea has been there all along and waiting to be discovered and explored, and there's potential for it to catch up. Like Sabata says, I think some universities will be developing modules on the same thing. And Ngugi, who is also encouraging translation among African languages with his, he calls it a network translation model, that you should translate between Swahili, Yoruba, Setswana, and so on.
You keep breaking, Prof, but I think you've made your point. Thanks so much. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the session. We started a bit late, and I think we are well on our 1 hour. I hope now we can take the reins back to Jeanette. As Jeanette, over to you.
Thank you so very much. You know, this is one of the discussion of our days of reclaiming. You know, students are now talking about decolonization. They say they want decolonized knowledge. Dr. Mbambotata earlier spoke about, you know, the scenes where we couldn't understand, the British scenes, you know, in the stories that we read that we couldn't resonate with, and the need for African languages, you know, where they describe our own settings. You know, when you spoke about Muhudi, I remember there was one title, Muhudi, that I read, I think at university, but it was in so I forgot. And then, you know, books like Luhudu, your Dintsonso tsa Lerato, Masaika Tehangama Khodim, all those books, you know, we are not celebrating them, but I think this project is making that fertile ground now to say, you know what, bring all those books to the fore so that the next generation can learn, you know, especially in our indigenous languages. And with the minute we put our languages on a pedestal, our students will be able to learn computer science in Setswana, you know, economics in Setswana. Can you imagine? Can you just imagine the wealth that is going to come out of such a initiative? Because now it starts in smaller ways where, you know, we are reclaiming, repatriating, rehoming what belongs to us for the next generation. So I just want to thank everyone who was involved in this discussion. Dr. Molwele, thank you very much for steering the discussion. Professor Shole, I almost said it in English. So really for unpacking, you know, the concept of rehoming and repatriation, the process. So it has been really a breathtaking experience for all of us. You know, it brought us back home to our originality as who we are as African people of Setswana descent as well. They have benefited a lot out of the discussion. Ntate Sabata Mugai, thank you so much. Professor Ismail Mataga, I don't think I saw him. Melerato, you did an amazing work. You did an amazing work for translating those books for our young ones. Congratulations and well done. Mr. Tuelo Khabon, really, I can't even express, you know, the gratitude, you know, from what you have really shared with us. So colleagues really at the Sol Plaatje University, well done. Well done. We are going to order the books. Definitely, we are going to have them in our collection, and we might invite some of you for the launches, to launch the books, especially noting that now we are moving into promoting African languages. So from this session, thank you very much. We are going to have a comfort break. Let us start at 1 o'clock. The next coming session will start at 1 o'clock. Thank you very much, colleagues. Let's meet at 1 o'clock. Thank you. Thank you very much, Menambita. We are proceeding with this session after a comfort break. We are going to have 3 authors taking us through their books. However, the session will be facilitated by Ms. Tidi Munkwe, and she's from Creative Books. So the authors are Dr. Kidiboni Gladys Mukwena, Mr. Musa Izulu, and Mr. Tieselani Bevula. So let me not take the limelight. I'm going to request Ms. Tidi to take over this session, and then let us all get immersed in the wealth that we are going to experience. Ms. Tidi, over to you. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, colleagues. It is great to be, it's actually an honor to be part of this event. I'm looking forward to engaging with the fellow authors. You know, when you go through hardship, you only have 2 options. You either fall apart or you rise above it. Our panelists made a choice to rise above adversity. Please allow me to introduce the panel, ladies and gentlemen. We have Gladys Kidibone Mukwena. Dr. Mukwena is a senior at the University of South Africa's Department of Arts of Adult Education and Youth Development. Her teaching career dates as far back as 1977 as a primary and high school teacher. She believes in lifelong learning. In Setswana, she says, "Thuto ga e kgolelwe." She acquired her matric certificate at the age of 26 and her doctoral degree at the age of 62. She earned a National Teaching Award in the category of ABET Best Educator. She has presented research papers nationally and internationally in a form of journal articles and book chapters. That is Dr. Gladys Kidibone Mukwena. We also have Mr. Musa Zulu. Mr. Zulu is a self-published author, award-winning entrepreneur, international artist, celebrated motivational speaker, and prominent disability activist in South Africa. He achieved his honors degree in sociology at University of KwaZulu-Natal in 1993. He lectured in the Faculty of Humanities before moving to the corporate world as a human resource manager. Lastly, it's Mr. Tieselani Bevula. Mr. Tieselani Bevula is a media studies graduate who worked as a publisher, media analyst, writer, and editor in different media companies. He is an expert in public relations, digital marketing, and promotions. He is the founder and managing director of Bevula Media, a company that publishes books for aspiring and upcoming writers. He has written extensive opinion pieces in leading newspapers and magazines in South Africa. I welcome you to the panel, leaders. Dr. Mukwena, your book, Resilience in Adversity, speaks to our theme, which is rising above life's challenges. You experienced adversity from childhood to adulthood. Would you like to take us through that, Dr. Mukwena?
Thank you, program facilitator. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. With the book fair, Cen-Free-Sol, allow me to borrow Thabo Mbeki's words. He says, Today, it feels good to be an African. My view of rising above life challenges is captured in the title of my book, Resilience in Adversity, just launched on Friday, 29th October 2021. Reflecting back on the coronavirus pandemic in 2020, where there were lots of uncertainties in our lives, this for me was an opportune time to reflect on my life journey. And I put it on paper and pen. It is amazing how, as I was writing the book Resilience in Adversity, the phrase, adversity paves the way, let resilience be your voice. It kept on coming back to mind time and often. And that is when I knew that the contrasting words, resilience and adversity, would be used as a compass to direct the 19 chapters written in the book. Growing up as a young girl without a father, because he chose to abandon mother, I realized must struggle to raise her children in a poverty-stricken home. As early as 7 years of age, I chose to find strength in my aunt's husband, who really played a father figure in my life and contributed to shaping me positively early on in my life. Going back to the title, Resilience in Adversity, there are several incidents of adversity, which include experiencing ridicule from a primary school teacher, lack of school essentials. It was difficult, but I was determined early on in age to give the best of myself in school performance. Taking the father figure forward, my children were unfathered, not because their father abandoned them, but Asylance chose to step him to death at an early age of 29. Yet another adversity. Without any preparations, I experienced widowhood and had to raise 2 children single-handedly. It is these adverse events that made me realize that seeds of faith are always within us. It only takes a crisis of widowhood, a crisis of ridicule, a crisis of depression to nourish this seed so that it grows. As if that was not enough, I found myself experiencing gender-based violence from 3 male strangers in my own home. It is here that my study partner was shot to death. I was shot in the upper arm, and in the bullet up to now is still lodged in the upper arm. Hence, you see that adversity runs like a golden thread in my book, Resilience in Adversity. Currently, my arm is not fully functional because of the foreign element used to support it. However, it's an adverse situation, but I'm forever grateful that I can use my arm to cuddle my grandchildren and perform my pastime, that is doing gardening chores. This for me is seeing adversity as courage. Adversity does not discriminate. Adversity is part of life. It's up to us, or up to one, to choose to be inspired by courage. My life experiences, I believe, did not happen in vain, for I have developed empathy to make a difference through my teaching in adult learning centers, giving students support virtually or face-to-face in higher learning institutions, as well as supporting offenders to say correctional facilities are there. It's a societal responsibility. We must remold them so that they are accepted back into the community as better persons. Allow me, Metsidi, to sum up the book Resilience in Adversity with the Latin phrase per aspera ad astra, which means through adversity to the stars. Adversity has the power to instill resilience in each one of us. For that reason, I encourage all of us to rise above life's challenges. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mokoena. Mr. Musa Izulu. My brother, you found yourself faced with one of the most difficult challenges one can be faced with, which is disability. How did you rise above that? Mr. Zulu? Am I audible, colleagues?
Yes.
Sorry, Chair, it seems like we do not have Mr. Zulu online.
So Mr. Zulu is not connected. Okay, Mr. Zulu is not connected. So we can move on to, while he's trying to connect perhaps, to Mr. Selani Bevula. Mr. Bevula, the title of your book, Trapped in Love, resonates with me because I have found myself being a prisoner of love twice. In my marriage and later on in another relationship. So what is your definition of being trapped in love? It's very interesting, and I'd really like to know what propelled you to write this book. Yes, it's fiction, but as a man, what is it that propelled you to write a book about gender-based violence? Mr. Tislani? Is he also not connected?
Hello?
Good day, Mr. Bevula. Can you hear me?
Good afternoon. Yes, I can hear you.
Okay.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, okay.
I just mentioned that the title of your book, Trapped in Love, resonates with me as a woman who found herself being a prisoner of love twice, in my marriage and later on in another relationship. So it's interesting for me to know what propelled you to write this book, because I understand the book is based on gender-based violence.
Yes, you're absolutely right. The book is based on gender-based violence. So what propelled me to write this book was growing up, I experienced gender-based violence firsthand. Growing up, I was raised in a violent family. So in most cases, when we talk about gender-based violence, it is always a victim who is always talking about gender-based violence, or it's always a woman, because mostly men are the biggest perpetrators of gender-based violence. So what propelled me to write this book was to say, let me take people through what I've experienced about gender-based violence from a man's perspective, because I'm a man, but I'm writing about gender-based violence.
Yes.
So what I told myself was, I was tired of hearing every day people talking about gender-based violence, people talking about men are trash, people talking about all these cases of women and children who are violated every day. So what I wanted to highlight was to say, what are the root causes of gender-based violence? And what are the symptoms to say someone is trapped in love and trash? So here I'm talking to all the people who are trapped in toxic relationship to say, if you see these signs, if you see these red flags, you have to come out before it is too late, before you come another statistics of gender-based violence. Yeah, just to sum up what propelled me to write this book.
All right, so the book is an account of your personal life experience, which you wrote in fiction.
Yes, the book is inspired by a true story of what happened when I was growing up. So it is not necessarily an account of what happened to me, but it is an account of how gender-based violence starts, because I've seen it with my father. My father used to violate all of us. He used to beat my mom. He used to beat us as children. So I'm showing people that gender-based violence is deep-rooted in culture, because there is this thing of saying a man is the head of the family. So when the man is the head of the family, he wants to control the family with whatever means he has. So that includes using violence. So here I'm documenting how parents who practice gender-based violence, who violate their partners and violate their children, those things can be normalized when children grow up. Children see those things and then they learn something, and then when they grow up, they become another perpetrators of that gender-based violence.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Buvula. Dr. Mukwena, you are an epitome of resilience. There must be a seed that was planted within you. I mean, you've experienced so much hardship. So I'd like to know what seed was planted within you in your childhood that enabled you to rise above every single adversity that you faced.
Thank you, program facilitator. Growing up, I was raised by a very resilient woman. Actually, in the book, I narrate about the events that took place just before I was born. A year before I was born, the Freedom Charter was launched in South Africa. And in 1956, I'm sure what comes to all of us is the Great March of the Women of 1956. At that time, I was 2 months old. My mother could not join the masses because I was still an infant. But I believe as she was feeding me with her milk, the milk that came out of her breast was just no ordinary milk, but there was resilience, the nutrients of resilience. I sucked them from my mother's breast. Because as she was feeding me, she was meditating, praying for fellow women to be able to present the memo to J.G. Stradom. As I was growing up, I used to have lessons indirectly and directly from this phenomenal woman. We used to stay under the pomegranate tree. This is where she would use things like calabashes to teach me about the significance of comparing the calabash to the form of a womb. At that time, they had already paid lobola for me. So she was giving me the education that as you are joining the family of Mokoena, I give you the permission to bring life. Remember, the calabash is shaped like a womb, to bring life into this family. And we can also put water into this calabash. The calabash, the water symbolizes life. To say, where there is sadness, let your presence brings light. And the seed of resilience, I think, as I said earlier, the characteristic of empathy grew in me to say, although I experienced rejection from my teachers, I want to be a teacher to make a difference in my students. So it is through my teaching that when they are experience a limey situation, I take those limes and use the letters the other way around and give smiles to my students. So I would say I am striving to take the negatives I have experienced, to take out something positive out of it, to make a difference in others. And for me, that is resilience in adversity. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mokoena. Mr. Bevula.
Yes.
They say broken people break others. I say being broken is a part of life. Staying broken is a choice. Breaking others is also a choice. So you are a living testimony of this. You actually witnessed your mother being abused, right?
Yes.
So, however, yes, you made a decision that you are not going to follow in the steps of your father. Instead, you are going to become a man that the world is longing for. So what would you say to a man who abuses women and justifies his action with what he experienced in his upbringing?
Okay, what I can say to men who are abusers out there is to say, there is always a choice in everything, and there is no amount of justification you can give to abusing someone. Even if there is so much going on in your relationship, sitting down and talk to your partner is always the best way, because we can have so many problems in our relationships, but we must be able, at the end of the day, we must be able to sit down and say, let's sit down and see if we can be able to talk this one out through conversation without using violence. So I'm telling all men around the world or around South Africa to say, as men, we must be responsible enough. We must know that abusing someone is not good. We must know that we can choose not to follow suit. Like you said with in your example that I saw my father beating my mother, but I could tell even as young as I was that this was wrong. So we must tell men that it is wrong to beat up women, it is wrong to beat children, because no one wants to be hurt. No one wants to be hurt physically or emotionally. So everyone wants to have a good life without being hurt by the other person. So let us be responsible and leave violence aside, and then we use communication to resolve our issues.
Thank you, Mr. Bavula. Back to Dr. Mokoena. Dr. Mokoena, it is clear that your mother modeled good behavior to you. What values are you instilling in your children, whom you mentioned earlier, when you said, as wounded as your arm is, you are still able to hug, you are grateful that you are still able to hug your children and your grandchildren. So what values are you instilling in your children and grandchildren?
Thank you. One of the values that I strive to instill in my children and grandchildren is doing small things with great love. A small thing like, please, thank you, I am sorry, can make this world a wonderful world to live in. Also, I strive to instill the spirit of sharing, because sharing is caring. I often use a symbol of a light to say, if I light a candle to you, TD, I will never lose any light by doing that. A candle does not lose its light by lighting another candle. We can really make a difference if we light candles in our different corners. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mokoena. Mr. Bavula, South Africa is known. Mr. Bavula?
Yes, yes.
Yes, South Africa is notorious for its high levels of gender-based violence. Do you think enough is being done to combat gender-based violence in our country? And if not, what can be done? What needs to be done?
Okay. There is not enough that is being done in South Africa to combat gender-based violence. And by saying it is not enough, because the cases are not going down, but they are still going up. So what we need to do is to tell everyone that fighting gender-based violence is the responsibility of everyone, whether you are male or female, whether you are a child or you are a grown-up. But if we can have this continuing dialogue to say, gender-based violence, to fight gender-based violence is a responsibility of each and everyone. In your smallest corner that you occupy, you can fight gender-based violence. If you see it happening, please call it out. If you experience it, go to the relevant authorities that can help you. There are different authorities. Some of them are failing to do their jobs, like policewomen. Even in my book, I indicated it that so many people go to the police stations to report gender-based violence cases, only to be turned out by the police or to be let down by the police or the law enforcement officers. So it requires the responsibility of each and everyone in society to say gender-based violence affects all of us, and it is my responsibility to fight it. So it is through books such as this one, since I can hear my fellow author talking about gender-based violence, it is through reading books such as this one that people get to know more about gender-based violence in order to fight it, because they will be making informed decisions, they will be having that knowledge to fight it. So this book festival like this one are good in highlighting this kind of topics in society, to say people must read. When they read, they will be armed with a lot of information, a lot of knowledge to fight this scourge of the gender-based violence, because it is becoming a pandemic that is so hard to fight. So if people keep on reading, we create that environment for people to read, platforms like this, they will help us in tackling this problem of gender-based violence.
Yeah, I agree with you. In order for us to conquer this Goliath, yeah, it has to be via collective efforts, from law enforcement agencies and the community. Because I mentioned earlier that I have an experience of being a prisoner of love. I was abused by my husband in my marriage, my ex-husband. When I went to report the case to the police, the first question I was asked was, "What did you do to him?" So as if there's anything that would justify, being physically abused by him. So really, we need to challenge the status quo. And having said that, Mr. Bavula, I agree with what you've just said with regards to people needing to read books. I believe that books such as yours provide both counseling and coaching, because it's not everyone can afford therapy, but if someone reads a book like yours, they get free counseling. Well, not free, they would have purchased the book, right? But they get counseling, which is prevention. Coaching is cure, right? So thank you, Mr. Bavula. Back to Dr. Mokoena. Dr. Mokoena?
Hello?
What? Hello, Dr. Mokoena?
Hello?
Hello? Can you hear me, Dr. Mokoena?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay. What would you say to someone who doubts their potential to achieve their goals, perhaps because they are uneducated or they think they're too old to chase their dreams? So what would you say to a person who has given up on themselves?
My simple message is each one of us has a little light in himself or herself. You may regard this light as insignificant. But I want to say to you, never allow anybody to dim your light. A person who dims another's light, it would be, what do you do with education at your age? Are you reading for obituary? What does it help? Because she's forever reading, but she is not rich. Focus on your dream. Focus on your goal. Be like that woman who was going to fetch water. She focused on the water that she wants to fetch at the river, and she did not care about the noises made by the frogs and the crocodiles. And in that way, you will achieve your goal. After all, age is just a number. Thank you.
Indeed, age is just a number. I mean, you achieved your doctoral degree at the age of 62. So yes, anything is possible as long as you believe in yourself and you keep going. Back to you, Mr. Bevula. Earlier, you mentioned red flags, that when one gets into a relationship, there are always red flags. So are you saying we ignore the red flags?
Yes, so many people are ignoring the red flags. When they sit down and reflect, they can see that the red flags were there, but they choose to ignore. And then by so choosing to ignore, the situation escalated to such a point that they found themselves trapped in love and trash. What they thought was love now is turning into trash. So the red flags were there. The signs are always there in each and every relationship. Before it becomes toxic, you can see the signs. Maybe the signs might be once he beats you, you can see that he can do it over and over again. So it is time for you to go out when you see those kind of red flags, because once he turns violent, he can always be violent, because he knows that he can come back and apologize and you will forgive him. So once he turns violent, those are red flags that you must consider.
Do you think, though, that it's the red flags that we ignore? Isn't it the brokenness that we overlook, their brokenness and our brokenness?
I don't think it is about brokenness. It is about choice, like I said earlier. There are people who choose to stay in abusive relationships, and I don't know why. It can be maybe you are dependent on that person. So many reasons that can make you to stay. But like I said, it's all about choice. But I encourage everyone not to choose something like that. Don't choose abusive relationship over good and healthy relationships.
Having said that, do you believe that a person who is being abused is capable of making sound decisions and choices?
Yes. Like I said earlier, if you have information about all these things, if you read books such as mine and others that talks about toxic relationships, gender-based violence, abusive relationships, it means that when it happens to you, when you get abused, you know what to do. You are in the right state of mind to make a rational decision to say, the best thing here is to walk out before it is too late.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Pavula. Back to Dr. Mokoena. Dr. Mokoena?
Hello?
Hello?
I can hear you clearly.
Yes. Matriculants are currently writing their final exams. Some of them have lost confidence in formal education as a result of the high rate of unemployment, especially when it comes to unemployed graduates. What would be your words of encouragement to these matriculants?
My final words to the students is per aspera ad astra. And I'm saying to each one, whatever the circumstance you are facing right now, through adversity, you can reach the stars. Allow your pain to become your passion. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mokoena. So you believe that they can rise above the status quo of the high rate of unemployment?
That's for sure.
Thank you, Dr. Mokoena. Back to you, Mr. Pavula. With regards to what you alluded to earlier, regarding a woman who stays in a toxic relationship by choice. If a sister of yours or a friend was in a toxic relationship and they came to you seeking advice, you know, what would you say to them? This woman has children with the husband. She's unemployed, uneducated, has nowhere to go. What would you say to her?
I can tell you that no one's life can depend on someone. No matter the situation, she may be uneducated, she may be unemployed, but life still goes on. You can always maneuver whatever the situation, because if you lean on someone too much, when they're no longer there for you to lean on, it is back to zero, because there will be no one to be dependent on. So it is early it is good for you to prepare yourself for such situation, to say, I can live without this person. I can live without my husband, even though I have children with this person. Let me prepare life outside this marriage, or let me prepare life outside this relationship, because I may say I'm preserving something for my marriage or for my relationship, only to find out that marriage will be the end of you.
I agree with you, because we often get into relationships because we are running away from something, not towards something, and usually it's a void that needs to be filled. It's an empty cup that we expect the person that we get into a relationship with to fill on our behalf. So I think we would be in a better place as women, or even men, if we could know how to fill our own cups and get into relationships with an overflowing cup. I'm talking from personal experiences, so I agree 100% with what you are saying. Everything that we need already exists inside of us, you know. So yeah, thank you for that, Mr. Bevula. Back to you, Dr. Mokoena. Dr. Mokoena? Dr. Mokoena?
Hello.
Yes, the previous month, the month of October, was Mental Health Awareness Month. And as a result of the adversity that you endured, at some point you found yourself being diagnosed with depression, and you were admitted into a psychiatric ward. What would you say to someone who is going through what you experienced?
Without taking much time of fellow presenters, I would say let us regard mental illness like any other illness. Let us not shy away from depression. Let's come out to the public. Let's seek for help in medical facilities, because the more you suppress it, the more it endangers one's life. I experienced it twice in a decade. And the second time around, I saw depression as fuel for my life journey. So it's an illness like any other. Let us consult and seek out for help. Thank you.
And depression is not a sign of weakness.
For sure.
Right?
Yes.
And we need to treat everyone with kindness, because you never know what the person is going through.
Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Mokoena. Mr. Bevula, in closing, what can you add with regards to gender-based violence. What can you say to a woman who has been listening to the discussion and still feels that she still doesn't have courage to walk away, to let go of the toxic relationship?
Okay. What I can say to that particular woman is, you know, life is a journey. You started somewhere before you met that person. You were living your life before that person. So there are still more people who you will come across when you are living your life in your everyday basis. So develop that courage, because if you don't have that courage, hence they say cowards die many times before they are dead. It means you are a coward. So develop that courage to say, let me go out before this cowardice of mine becomes the end of me. Before this cowardice of mine put me in danger or endangers my life. So everyone can develop a courage, no matter the situation, no matter someone told you that if you go out of that relationship, they will kill you. But it is better they kill you for going out, for taking a right decision, not for staying in that relationship, because they may end up killing you even if you leave, even if you don't leave. So develop that courage and go out of that toxic relationship, go out of that marriage, start your own life afresh.
Do you by any chance have a copy of your book with you?
Yes.
Let's see.
Yeah, here is the book. I'm not sure if you can see the book.
No, I can't. Yes, I can see it now.
Oh, okay.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Bavula. Thank you for the words of encouragement, not only to the women out there, but to me as well. I've learned so much from you. Thank you so much for sharing your story. Thank you for penning down your story. How does one get hold of the book?
Okay, if you want the book, it is there in selected bookstores, especially here in Gauteng, because I'm based in Gauteng. Alternatively, you can call me on 076-019-5951. I can repeat the number again, 076-019-5951. Or people can go to my social media platforms. On Twitter, I am @TBevula. On Instagram is Tselane_Bevula. Facebook is Tselane_Bevula. So people can just call me or go to my social media platforms and then they place an order. And by the way, another book is coming. So now I'm taking pre-orders for the new book. I'm still talking about love again.
Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
No, thank you. No, you're welcome, Mr. Bevula. Back to Dr. Mokoena. Yeah. Resilience in adversity.
Yes.
What would you like to say in closing, Dr. Mokoena?
To the students, our university students, I'm saying to you and any other person who's in the audience, when you look back, you'll find the hardest climbs resulted in the most beautiful views. The circumstance you are facing right now may be sour, but in a year to come, it will be another scenario. Please do not quit. Hold on.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mokoena, for the words of encouragement to the youth, the matriculants. How does one get hold of your book?
My cell phone number is 072-955-2974. I will also write in the chat box 072-955-2974. I will give other details on the chat box so that we save time for the other presenters. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mokoena. Thank you, Mr. Bevula, for sharing your stories. Thank you so much for penning down the stories. You know, I always say that as authors, we are a compost, because the function of a compost is to fertilize plants, and that's what you have done by penning down your story, by sharing your African stories. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Metsidi, for steering this session. I can't stop smiling. You know, I couldn't just stop, you know, because I felt so great. I don't know about other colleagues who are on this call. You know, it was just an amazing experience. You know, I felt like, you know, we are attending a motivational talk more than anything else. You know, when I listened to Dr. Kidiboni, you know, I felt a sense of healing, you know, from, you know, and I think I'm definitely going to get these books. I'm going to have a wonderful Christmas season like you're recommending, Metsidi. Thank you for steering the ship.
No, you're welcome. Please also get a copy of Present Love.
Yes, yes. All those titles, if they put them in the chat box, and then Monday will get the titles for us as the UFS libraries as well. Yes. Dr. Gidiboni, really your experiences are a lesson to, you know, a fertile, like Metsidi was saying, a fertilizer to other people's lives. Like you were saying, light a candle, you know, your light a candle in other people's lives. You know, don't think your candle is insignificant. That's what you said. And you know, those words, I couldn't just stop smiling. I was even chatting to my colleagues on the side to say, yo, I can't believe I'm listening to this great and amazing experiences. And I was like, yo, today's just a wonderful day. And when Tate Bevula came through and brought in the gender-based violence from a man's perspective, because normally it's us women in the forefront. We need those voices. We need those voices, and thank you for being in the forefront. That story that you have read is going to change another man's life. An abusive partner who wants to hold on but doesn't know how to hold on to a woman and decides to be abusive. So really, everything that has been shared today was just amazing. I think, you know, I just had a wonderful experience from the morning until up to now. And I just want to applaud you, colleagues, for what you have done in this session. Thank you very much. And from my side, I also want to thank the organizing team. The organizing team, thank you for bringing these powerful people on this platform today. Really, we have drunk, like Wende was saying, from the fountains of a knowledge in one of the comments here. So from my side, I'm really, really very, very grateful and appreciate everything that has been shared today. So the next session is going to start at 2 o'clock. Thank you very much. And goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you, May.
You're on mute, Monde. You're on mute.
Sorry, Betsy. I'm sorry. Thanks. Good afternoon, colleagues, and welcome to this session. It is a great pleasure that I, Monde Madiba, I'm going to be to chair this session after the very important 2 other sessions where we've been listening very important discussions. I know it's after 2, it's lunchtime, and I feel like I'm still hungry for more when it comes to information, and I also feel that you also looking forward to this session, which is whose theme is the art of communication. When I was asked to chair this session, the first thing that came to my mind was, when talking about art of communication, was so many things. For example, the people that I normally like, especially in the media, when you watch people talking, I thought about people like your Oprah. I thought about radio, people like your Sakina Kamwende on TV, the way when they talk and the way they introduce their topics and how they attract us as human beings, or as people who are following them, including like on a normal a daily basis, whether it's your friend or your parents, especially our parents. I mean, when it comes to the art of communication, there's so many things. When you have done a wrong thing, your mother will just look at you, and you know that, especially when you know we have done a wrong thing. And when she doesn't talk, that's when it used to kill me. That art of communication, I would feel like let her talk. I would say, please talk, so that we can be able to move on. But I felt it was her art. She used it well in terms of communication and how she was grooming us as children. So this is the very important one. I mean, to all of us, and we're going to listen to very important exchange of information, and we have in our midst the facilitator, Professor Colin Charles from the University of the Free State. And we have also Dr. Mantua Molete, who's also a lecturer in communications at Central University of Technology. And the book that we'll be discussing is That's Not What I Meant. And then after that, we're going to be drawing from our own, and our colleagues Joyce from CET and Marcus from UFS will be sharing and talking about a collaboration with the authors. And later, we're going to have the vote of thanks from Ms. Constance and Dumela. I'm not sure if we've got Dr. Mantua Molete in our midst. I see Zuki's hand is up. I'm not sure whether I want to correct something.
Hi, Monde. Dr. Mantua is still trying to connect. Yes. I'm not sure if people on the next session, are they ready? If we may swap, because I just
trying to connect. No?
Yes.
Okay. Thanks a lot.
And I'm not sure how long will that glitch be sorted.
Okay. Thanks for that. Thanks for alerting us. I'm sure May Joyce and Marcus will not mind swapping and taking over in the meantime in terms of showcasing the collaborations with authors that session. May Joyce or Marcus, are you ready? I know we're putting you on the spot. Will it be possible to ask you to take over? Can we, colleagues, maybe for 5 minutes whilst we, or two to, okay. I see, May Joyce, are you okay? Let's hand over to you, May Joyce. Hello.
Joyce, are you on mute?
Maybe I'm here, but I'm struggling to share now with the network. I'm not sure whether Ntate Marcus is available because I'm waiting for my IT guy to help me. I'm having a bad network on my side.
Email your presentation to the logistics committee. They will share from their site. It's easier that way.
Okay. Are you able to see my presentation, colleague?
Yes, you can.
Is it fine? It's okay, thank you.
Just turn it into a presentation mode.
I must just. Is it visible, Mebeti?
Perfect.
Okay. Okay, good afternoon, colleagues. Thank you, Ntate Monde, for introducing me. And my presentation for today will cover the book launches that were staged by the CUT-LIS this year in collaboration with the authors. And not only did we collaborate with the authors, we had assistance from different units within the university. You know, the print room assisted us with designing our beautiful posters, the CUT-FM with interviewing our authors and the marketing as well, and communication and marketing unit assisted us in terms of the coverages and marketing as well, media coverages and the marketing as well. And the e-learning division, you know, help us with the audiovisual support. And lastly, our staff and students, you know, were actively participating in our book launches, in the programs as facilitators, as book reviewers, and as well as audiences. So this was really a teamwork effort. Okay. Starting with my presentation, I would like to start my presentation with words that were uttered by our very own LIS director, Mebeti Esther, when we were celebrating our South African Library Week with a book launch. In her opening remarks, she said the following, in emphasizing the importance of book launches. I quote, "Book launches are reading and writing events that are meant to create awareness of informative books that are available out there, you know, books that are of issues of national interest. And secondly, book launches, they foster the love for reading. And with book launches, people develop the interest in being authors and writers. You know, they want to contribute, they want to be contributors of knowledge. And lastly, book launches create platform to engage with authors and with one another on topics of national interest, unquote. So what Mebeti said summarized well the importance and the purpose of book launches. Now, when we were planning our first book launch, I remember when we were sending out invitations to staff and students, you know, they were asking us questions to say, why is the libraries planning the book launches? You know, what business do libraries have with book launches? Is it, where do we fit in the puzzle? Are we charging any fees? You know, they had all sorts of questions. And I guess that they've always understood that it is the responsibility of the author to launch their own books. And the response was clear and simple to say, one of our strategic goals as the ILS is to contribute towards developing an informed, reading and engaging nation as part of a regionally engaged scholarship and drive. And how do we do that as the ILS? We do that through book launches where we create a platform. You know, we invite students and staff and and also the authors as well to come together and discuss and engage on topical issues of national importance. And to this end, the CUT-LIS has staged 3 book launches in celebration of 1, South African Library Week, 2, the Africa Day, and 3, in celebration of the Women's Day. With the South African Library Week, our first book launch was on the 7th of May, and we were celebrating the South African Library Weeks under the theme Libraries Matter. The event was online via Zoom and the CUT Facebook platform. During this event, the book titled Wisdom from the School of Life by our very own Dr. Rosalind Sibolai was discussed. In her book, she offered inspiration and motivation, to all the audience to achieve what God has created for them. She was saying, let's step out of the comfort zone and maximize our potential. So a total of 169 people attended online. And for us, it was an achievement because it was our first book launch that we have staged as the CUT LIS. And our second book launch was in celebration of Africa Day. It was on the 24th of May, and the aim of this celebration was to promote and unearth, and preserve the African heritage. This event as well was both online and face-to-face. The face-to-face event was at Bloemfontein campus, and the celebration included the launching of 3 booklets that were discussed, that were discovered, in Timbuktu, Mali. And those booklets, they were translated into English by the African Intellectual Heritage Institute, to encourage and further understanding of the pre-colonial African intellectualism. And this project, it came about as a part of involving 4 parties. Number 1, the Office of the DVC, Research and Innovation, Professor Alfred Ngowi, Mebeti Eister from the library side with Medora, the African Intellectual Heritage Institute, and as well as the UOF's scholar. So the booklets were 3 of them. And namely, it was 3 booklets. It was the Book of Saints, the Benefit of Plants, and the Description of Timbuktu. So a total of 154 attendees were reached through different media platform. Face-to-face was 17, the Zoom 38, and Facebook 99 attendees. And the last book launch that we staged at the CUT LAS, it was in celebration of the Women's Day. It was on the 26th of August. The event was both virtual and face-to-face, and the face-to-face event was held in Welkom campus. And during this event, the book titled 70 Women and 1 Man, written as well by our very own Professor Solomon Makola, was discussed. We deliberately chose this book written by a man, especially in this time where gender-based violence is a global pandemic. So Professor Makola, in his book, he shares divine narratives of 70 significant women he met in his journey to discover the ultimate meaning of life. And he also emphasized the important role of women in building our society. And a total attendance of 230 people were reached through different media. Face-to-face, it was 50 people due to COVID-19 protocols, and Zoom 49, and Facebook 114. In conclusion, there is no question, that we are living through enormous crisis that has impacted every aspect of our lives, including how we offer our services and how we reach to our clients. But the timeless saying that, when life gives you lemons, make lemonade still applies to us as the CUT LIS staff. Through these book launches, we managed to successfully provide a stimulating environment for our staff and students to debate and engage both face-to-face and on visual platforms. This is an achievement for us, considering that we only started this year to stage book launches under the leadership of our LIS Director, Mebeti. Thank you, colleagues.
Wow.
Over to you, Ntate Monde.
Wow, thanks, May Joyce. Very informative information that you have shared. You're doing a great job, guys. And as I was going through the presentation, I felt like we need to copy some of this of the things, wonderful things that you are doing. I'm not sure if Marcus is ready. Ambita, have you heard from? Do you have a presentation from him, or because I'm not sure if he's is around? Marcus.
I don't have anything from Marcus on my side. I will check him now.
Okay, but I just want, in the meantime, I also indicate that we've got a problem with the connection from the author. Unfortunately, because of connection problems, I don't think we'll be able to get a hold of the author, and also Dr. It's as if the author is, am I right? Is that Leah?
Yes, Monde, the author has just connected and
connected. Okay, and also Dr. Manta Molete, Zuki, can you confirm?
Yes, both of them have managed to connect.
Oh no, thanks a lot. No, the wonders of technology. One way, sometimes you find that some things God works in His own way. We were like having thinking about the ESCOMs and okay. Leah, thanks a lot for connecting and being part of this wonderful occasion. It's inaugural a book fair. We happy to have you in our midst. And I indicated earlier when I first saw the title of the book, that's not what I meant. I mean, several times we've heard those words, and it's all about the art of communication. And as the members of the audience, we're looking forward to engaging you, and also to Dr. Amantom Amolete as a communication specialist. We're also looking forward to hearing from your side as you engage with the others, and also the members of the audience. You are also you are expected to use the chat as the this discussion is going on. I can't wait for the discussion. Once more to both of you, welcome, and I'm handing over to you, Dr. Molete.
Hi, Chairperson. Dr. Molete say her mic is muted. Can she be unmuted?
Okay, Nambita. Okay, sorry for that.
Okay, I'll check now. Now I don't see him.
We are sorted now, Nambita.
Oh, all right, thank you.
Okay. Hello, Doc.
Afternoon, colleagues.
Yes, Doc. I'm handing over to you.
Okay, so do I start?
Yes.
I see that I've been given, thank you so much for making me part of this. I see that I've been given a discussion points to specifically talk about regarding the first one, the impact of the hybrid communication work model, which has to do with virtual communication in a nutshell, and how we are communicating now due to COVID, and with everything that comes with COVID, the hybrid communication model was. It was about time that it is introduced to, especially to workplaces like the Central University of Technology or other universities or workspaces, since we are moving to its fourth industrial revolution and we are moving towards a more active era of technology. And this one just allows us to do dual communication with people that are with us in one room and others that are not there. And like I've said, that with everything of technology, just like now that I was struggling to actually connect here, every communication situation or structure or let's say strategy that is placed has its own challenges to the communication flow, or how an organization, or what we say should be effective communication in an organization or any type of relationship that is. And with the hybrid, it's where we found ourselves that, you know, there are so many challenges for those who are not with us in one room. You know, it has totally cut our places of how do we communicate. Can you be able to read your the people that you're communicating with through their maybe their facial expressions, through gestures that they're making, to tell you that whether they're confused or whether they are giving attention to what you're presenting to them or what you're communicating, and how they give their input. However, it has created some things like chat rooms like this for those who are not very outspoken people, for them to be able to write what they have, because some people are better writers than how they're speakers. And that has allowed communication to flow over and over. And in that space, communication was constant. But for those who are not communication people, like I've said, it became an overflow of information that you get, you know, because all of these platforms are now used to communicate to you. And in the same way, the sender is sending, but the receiver is not given an opportunity, or we cannot evaluate whether the receiver can be able to encode and decode the specific message as it was sent by the receiver. And all other barriers of communication cannot really be dictated on the other side. And, you know, it's just an assumption that is made that, okay, maybe the communication barrier could be connectivity, you know, could be the physical barrier, but we do not really look at the other barriers of communication, like semantic barrier, you know, the language that is used. How do I receive the specific language of how you're writing? Can I be able to read the tone of your urgency in what you were saying? Psychological barrier, how am I feeling today? Am I feeling okay? For me to be able to respond to your specific message. And for other people, you'll just see whether you are sending an email to them and then it will say that they are on leave, that you will only understand that. But for those who have not been advanced in the skills of setting their emails or any type of communication in that way, we can't really read those other barriers or see those barriers in the space. Also, the channel that is used, we are now channeled. This is the channel that we're using. How much technology do people, how much technology access to it do people have for those that are at home? How much knowledge to the internet or the access do they have for them to be able to operate those things? So the model worked. It is a good way to start, because what we're trying to do is just to connect to each other and see that work still flows, you know, in organizations, that work still continue. And for students, we had to use a platform that is like, in our case here, we had to use, we're using eTutor, which is Blackboard, and still it had its challenges, because we know that people are ignorant, even at our young age. Some people are still ignorant to technology and very resistant to technology because of how much am I giving that is not regulated, because to technology, or the hybrid, is that there's another person on the other line. There's a middleman almost, the person who is part of the technology. And can I trust that person because they are a faceless person? Then coming to how do we maintain effective communication during this time, it's obviously how do we communicate. And with communication, it's that it's not only about the sender, it is also about the receiver, the person who's receiving. And does the receiver give feedback? And if feedback is given, that's when you see whether it's effective or not, because of that feedback will tell you what was the message. Did they understand the message the way you gave the message? Like, for instance, in this organizations that we are in, did they understand the instruction? Did they perform according to what was expected of them? How do you write that specific message in a way that, I always say that for me as a person from the communication department, specifically language is important when you're writing and you're communicating to people, so that people can understand exactly what you're saying. If the message is overloaded, it means that everybody interprets it the different ways. And, you know, interpreted information is very dangerous, specifically if it comes from in a hierarchical communication way, that the top management is communicating to the middle management, who now has to give that very same instruction to the lower management or to the end user of that specific thing. Along the line, interpretation has been lost. and the instruction of how it should be done is also lost, and the end result given to the end user is no longer the same, or what the end user rather is going to give. So that is the challenge with that. And you know, it's said that in many organizations, strategic communication is not really what they focus on, to find many ways of how do you communicate with people, because it's very effective. And you know, the way of the channels that is used of communicating has been so limited, you know, to the comfortability of those who are in charge of the communication, which makes it difficult, because even if we are at the Central University of Technology or any other university for that matter, our assumption is that everybody who is there has a certain level of understanding or of the language that we are going to speak, however, or access to be able to communicate. But if you look at our environment, it is not as glamorous as we make it out to be, because of the people at the lower level. For instance, those who are in maintenance, for instance, they don't have email addresses, they don't use the email. We still have students who might not even use the email that is automatically made for them by the university for them to send emails or to do everything. And therefore, when you are emailing information, it means that they don't get that information, and yet no strategies are given to try and see how do we accommodate these people and ensuring that there's no communication lost or interpretation lost as somebody else has to interpret it or translate it to them. Remember, sometimes translation is communication. You're trying to reach out to the next person in another language, and even that can make you be lost in translation and you be lost in interpreting the correct information. So just that is where I looked at what was given to me at the how do we maintain it. Then we find strategies, more channels. We open more channels of communication. How do we receive communication? As the sender, how do you send it? As the person who's supposed to receive the communication, is it understandable to you? Do you give feedback? Because that's the other thing. You know, you'll be sending somebody 5 emails, and you send them 5 emails on the same thing. You forward the emails, but you get no response. You know, even if they cannot help or they cannot assist you with anything, or they do not have the knowledge, it is better to give feedback so that the person on the other line knows that my message was received, and therefore this is the response to it. It's not the response that I was expecting, but at least there is a response to make the communication flow. I think the most important thing that we lack in understanding about communication, and when I read parts of the book about how do we communicate, is that we don't understand that it's a process. And therefore, if there's no feedback or sending message given from either two of those who are participating in communication, the process dies, because there has to be a back and forth for it to be a process. Otherwise, that's why some definitions given to it will say that it's a two-way process. It's like a road. Some cars move this side and it moves that side. It's also to avoid colliding and traffic and accidents. And therefore, we are trying to ensure that from both sides, there is a balance of information that is received. Then my third part that I was given there was the psychological safety in the workplace. Information and communication can also be that. Sometimes, you know, they talk a lot now on social media and other platforms of overthinkers. You know, when somebody's an overthinker, when you're an overthinker, you sometimes hear what is not said, and you sometimes don't hear what is said and what you're supposed to do. And sometimes in the workspace, that is the approach that's how sometimes people receive information. You are not psychologically, you have not prepared yourself psychologically for the day, and you do not consider your psychological health in this space. Specifically during a time like this in COVID, you know, we are dealing with anxiety each and every day about whether the vaccine that we have taken is securing us, how other people have approached the vaccine, information that we get from that. How do we approach other people at our workplace, our families? We're always concerned that we can't connect with them and everything else. Those are psychological buildups. And then you come into the workplace and then you deal with the anxieties of the workplace, whether today you will have a job, tomorrow you might not have a job, with the current demographics that is changing, political systems that are changing, you know, environment itself that are changing. And therefore, that is why some people find other ways, other reliefs of how they do it. You know, talking to some other people, I was saying to them, as much as we want to judge alcohol abuse and we want to it's bad, but we also need to understand the societal approach to it. How society approaches is that if I just get off work and drink 2 glasses of wine just to calm myself down, for what happened throughout the day, and you sit there and you think about what you have said during the day, because words are very important, and that's what we do to communicate with each other, specifically in spaces like the higher education, where we teach and we lecture students. We need to psychologically prepare ourselves to go to work because of the people that we are meeting. You don't always assume that people are at the level that you are. Sometimes you need to be not right, but just ensure that everybody else around you is calm. And you don't always have to be the one that has to be correct at some point. So those are just many factors that plays into us. But the most important thing is that in our Black societies, we have a tendency to believe that psychological help is not really necessary. We don't go for counseling, even though it's offered to us. We see it as a way, which is a communication way again. You're sitting there with somebody and you're talking to them, and they are trying to find things that you can't see for yourself because you are blind, you can't lead yourself. So you need somebody to open your eyes to some of the aspects that you might not know might be triggering the specific way you are reacting. And therefore, because we don't make use of those services. They are offered to us at our workspaces, but not at a bigger, a larger, extent. But at least it's a start for us to start and engage with it. And then further, you also do that. Some do it to spiritual. They opt for the religious way, where they would go to the priests and ministers at their churches to be able to give them that space to communicate with other people. You want to communicate with somebody that's not going to judge you, and but going to give you solutions instead of just pointing out your problems, but give you direction to things that you might think are not problems. But if you deal with them, you'll see that these are the roots of what we have. So that is the one way that I have seen or observed, that our psychological being needs to be regulated more, and we need to open up discussions regarding it and not be stereotyped about who needs to go there and at what stage or at what extent do you go and seek psychological help. I hope I have answered and participated in the discussion.
Thanks, Dr. Malete. That was a mouthful. You've given us a lot in terms of small things that we take for granted. I was like listening to you, this example of you talk about the emails, and sometimes people just ignore, and even having not even looked at the content. And there's a lot that I think also the members of the audience would like to will engage you with at a later stage. Thanks a lot for this wonderful presentation. At some point, I felt like I wish I was I can go back and be your student again and be able to maybe listen to you in the lecture halls and then get the assignment. There's a lot, and you have even given us practical examples, putting it into context, things that we take for granted. Colleagues, I would like you to based on what you have heard from the doctor, if you have got questions, put them on the chat so that you can be able to raise that. And I'm sure even Leah, as well as listening to that wonderful presentation from the doc, there are things that maybe you were like, I think I've done it. I'm not sure if are there things that you picked from the doctor's presentation that you can relate? I'm just putting you on the spot, Leah, as you were listening. I think you're muted.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yes, you're loud and clear.
I think that everything she said was spot on. And yes. I think the starting with the hybrid work model, I think it is, on the one hand, a fantastic supportive dynamic for people who can stay at home, who are parents, who it removes a whole lot of anxiety around time on a day of having to get to the office, get back home. I think it's really calmed. What I've seen in my work is how much it has calmed people's anxiety levels of being able to work from home. And like the doctor touched on, when your psychology is being addressed, the way that you are going to be productive and show up is far increased, and you get much better productivity out of your staff. So I think it's a fantastic model for a lot of reasons, but from communication, I think that there's problems. And the big thing with communication is, less than 10% of the way we communicate is verbal. 90% plus of the way we communicate has to do with your body language, your facial expressions, your eye contact, the tone of your voice, the flush of your breathing. So a huge amount of how we receive or understand what somebody else is saying comes through physically and seeing them and being in their space. And for what happens now most of the time with online meetings is that everybody keeps their cameras off. So you hear people's voices, but you're not getting the visual aspect of somebody to understand what's going on. And she did touch on this of how you can't read facial expressions. You don't know how your communication is being received by somebody else if you cannot see them. And that's why I always urge people to please have cameras on if it is possible for you, because it creates far more connection and far more workable connection, far more workable communication with the people who might be in the office versus the people who are at home dialing into the meetings. There's also a kind of camaraderie that happens with people who are physically in the same space together. When you are in an office, bantering with each other or sharing a space with each other, there's a physical connection that starts to happen, which plays a huge role in effective communication. But the people at home dialing in or connecting through Zoom or through Teams don't get that. So there's a bit of a separateness that begins to happen with those who are not in the office versus those who are. And the separateness is a problem when it comes to communication, because not everybody is getting on the same page. The other thing about having people who are dialing in and not being in the office space is that you don't know if they're really concentrating or being present. And one of the most important things when it comes to communication is listening. And you don't know if your message is being received. Like the doctor mentioned, there's the sender and there's the receiver when it comes to communication. And the sender has to be able to pick up cues from the receiver to know if the message is landing. And if the screens are off and the person is not participating in the conversation, it's very easy for that person to be, on doing something else on their computer or interacting with their kids offline or reading a book or doing anything actually apart from being present in the meeting. And then you don't know if the communication is being received. And that is a big problem, especially in the workplace, if you are discussing projects and you're discussing deadlines and you need to know that everybody is on the same page. So for a lot of the companies that I work with, it becomes quite mandated that cameras have to be on to know that I'm present, I'm engaged, I'm face forward, and that this right now in this meeting is my priority and you are getting 100% of my attention. And I really understand that at the moment with the pandemic, people are completely flooded. People are extremely overwhelmed. We have all got Zoom and team fatigue. It's a lot of these online meetings. And I do understand that, but the fatigue of that is what makes people check out a bit and then not be present at work. And I think this is why a lot of offices are questioning whether this hybrid model actually works in terms of focus and showing up and being present with their staff. So if you're in the office, you can physically see if somebody's checking out. But if somebody's dialing in, it's not that easy to track and keep people interested and focused. So there's always pros and cons for anything. And I think that, we're still finding our way with this hybrid work model. We're still figuring out what works. And, different industries are going to have, a different experience of this. It depends, if you're in marketing, if you're in PR, if you're in advertising, if you're in tech, it depends what business you're in, which will also determine whether this is a workable model or not. So lots of questions, and I think this is an ongoing discussion that we have to keep learning as we're moving through it.
Thanks a lot, Leah, for sharing that. Now, going back to your book, that's not what I meant. The first thing that I just want to find out is, I'm sure members of audience can see it. Why the title, that's not what I meant?
So I specialize in relationship coaching. So I work with a lot of relationship, and not just romantic relationship, any relationship, friends, colleagues at work, business partners, parents and children. And anyone who has ever had an argument with another human being will know that at some stage through that argument, you end up saying, but I didn't say that, or that's not what I meant. Because we always have our words misinterpreted. There are a lot of misunderstandings that happen with disagreements and with arguments and different perspectives. And it's such a common statement of, but that's not what I meant. And it's very hard to know what somebody else means when they don't understand what your version of reality is. And this is the crux under communication, is that every person on earth is operating with a very different view of reality, and no two realities on earth are the same. Not even if you are from the same family. If you grew up in the same home, same parents, siblings, you assume that the family unit will have the same version of reality, and you don't. So we go through life assuming that other people see the world the way we do, assuming that they understand our tone of voice, our vocabulary, and our body language, that all means the same thing for everybody, which it completely doesn't. And then we only speak from our experience, from our perspective of reality, and then the other person totally doesn't get it. And then we get frustrated that they don't get it. And then we start shouting. And you know that thing when people are angry and they type in capital letters because they think if they type in capital letters, the message will come across clearer. This is what we do when we shout, is that we don't change the message. We just increase the volume and the person's still not getting what we mean. So that's not what I meant. Is I've now got to teach the other person in my life or who I'm in a relationship with what I did mean. What is my reality? Why do I see things, hear things, feel things, understand things the way that I do? What does it mean for me? And if I can express and explain that reality to the person I'm trying to communicate with, they will then understand a little bit more of where I'm coming from. So that's what the title was about.
Thank you. Talking about the use of capital letters just reminded me, Bishop Tutu once said his father used to say, don't raise your voice, improve your argument.
Love it. Love it's so accurate. You just keep saying the same thing louder. It doesn't help. It really doesn't help.
Yes. I just wanted to find this project, this book. How long did it take you for you to complete it? And who is the targeted audience? Who do you want to send this message to, the type of people that you want to have a connection with you?
So yeah, this book was probably a 6-month process to write, because it was after, that my experience of having been in the field that I am in for 20 plus years gave me a long time to kind of bring all the information and to have the idea of what the message was that I wanted to give. So the writing was a pretty quick process. And this book is for anybody who wants to improve the communication for any relationship in their life. So this is not specifically for just couples. This is I do a lot of work with corporate communication, of how do you improve communication amongst your colleagues, with management, and because communication takes a lot of strain in those environments. And how do you communicate, with your family? I find this is a big one. People don't know how to effectively communicate with their family in saying what they really mean. People keep things very, PC all the time because they don't want to rock the boat and they don't want to get into conflict. But then they're not speaking their truth and things are not really being discussed. So I really love working with families to shift the way that they communicate with each other. This is definitely for friends, and of course it's for relationships. It's definitely for any marriage or intimate relationship that you are in. This is going to really improve the way that you communicate and listen with the people in your life.
Thank you. As a relationship coaching expert, I guess maybe you'll correct me. I guess maybe how you approach this book, you packaged it in terms of like sub-themes,
yes.
Or sub-themes. What are the themes and the sub-themes that you want to share with the members of the audience so that we can be able to know exactly where we want to drive us to?
Okay, so the book covers the theory that there are 4 communication systems. So it's a profiling book that tells you which system of communication you belong to. So you are either a listener or an observer or a connector or an analyzer. And in each one of these systems, you're going to process how communication happens in a very different and unique way. So this book goes into detail. So there is a survey, there's a test in the book that you can do that tells you what system you are. And then when you go into each system, it's going to give you a complete breakdown about how the system affects you in all different areas of your life. So we're going to look at your behavior, your physicality, how your purchasing decisions, what your stress behaviors are, how you interact with people, how you would like them to interact with you. It tells you how the system affects how you show up at work, with your family, with your kids, with your friends, and it's very practical advice. There's exercises in each chapter. It gives you specific things to work through to understand why your communication is not working for you. So within each of these systems, you begin to realize that maybe my partner is not being, deliberately antagonistic. Maybe they just belong to a specific system of communication that I don't belong to, and that's why we keep misunderstanding each other. But if I can learn about their system, then I can understand why they do things the way that they do. For instance, the listener is somebody who really struggles to maintain eye contact. They really find that extremely hard, and when they speak to you, they're always going to look down and look away from you. Whereas the observer absolutely requires eye contact for communication. And if you don't look at them, they misinterpret that as you being rude or disrespectful. So there's already a lot of problems that come just from simple things like that. So it's a diagnostic book in terms of finding out what system you are. It talks a lot about listening and effective listening. It talks about how to have difficult conversations, especially how to shift the way you speak or handle the conversations with each of the 4 systems. It talks about code words and code sentences, which are techniques for dealing with conflict in relationship in a way that's quite light and that doesn't constantly bring things to a very heavy place. So lots of tools and advice on different areas of communication and how you can improve those, and just basically get a lot more conscious about how you're handling communication in your relationships.
Thank you. Another thing is, I was listening to you there, is about, as a specialist, let's say he has a couple visiting you, they've got a session with them, they've tried everything, and drawing from your experience, have you discovered that when it comes to couples, the pattern is, people always say it's all about when it's this type of, when it comes to gender, it's maybe the listeners, and when it comes to those who observe, have you discovered that between males and females, that males tends to be like this or females tend to be like this? If you've got sessions where you have to address them, they are the people, they have reached a stage where they say we cannot talk to each other, we don't understand each other. I think we've reached a deadlock. How do you address or break that barrier?
No, so first of all, it's definitely not gender specific. It's just there's no it's like you don't get more analyzers with men or more connectors with women. It's quite equally split amongst the genders. Communication will only get you so far. Not all ills can be resolved with communication when it comes to relationships. And I feel like it does get to a point where when you really have shown up as much as you possibly can, you have tried everything you can, you have done the work, you have shifted the way you've communicated, you've tried the exercises, it comes to a point where you also have to ask yourself if this really is a relationship you want to be in. Is it adding huge value to your life? Is it bringing out the best of both of you? Or is it just becoming constant effort and struggle? And if it is becoming constant effort and struggle, then we have to get real and ask if this is really a relationship to stay in. Because I find that people, fight to stay, but they're not willing to shift their behavior. So then every experience within that relationship is just going to be constantly, aggravating each other and triggering each other and fighting every day. And for what purpose? What is the point of continuing in that dynamic when no solution is being reached? So, I find most couples really can shift a lot of how they connect with each other when the communication shifts. Because if you're not asking for what you want, if you're not asking for what you need, how do you expect to get it? And a lot of couples play this kind of passive aggressive, mind game with each other of you should know that that's not what I like, or you should know that I was really wanting that thing. And if you can really learn to start saying, this is what I need, this is what I want, this is how I need it and how I want it, and learning what your partner wants as well, suddenly it opens up a whole new avenue of how you can connect in your relationship. And we bring unhealthy patterns of behavior from previous relationships and from childhood into all of the relationships that we have. And then we make our current partner pay the price for the unresolved stuff from previous relationships. So it's really important to do the work on your connection, your communication of what you are bringing in a new way to this current partner, that it's just not that automatic replay of what you did with your previous relationship and the one before that. And every relationship gives us the opportunity to look at our unworkable patterns of behavior and how we can be conscious enough to shift that.
Thank you. Before I engage the members of the audience, I feel beside maybe typing your messages, I feel like maybe we need to give you maybe a chance to talk to the colleagues, and so that we can be those who want to send a message directly to you or have a question. I think I should give you that the chance. But what I also want to find out from you, Leah, when it comes to your own experience, do you normally draw from your own experience when you're addressing such issues? Or some people will normally say you need to always be neutral. Is it possible to stay neutral? And some people say, yes, I draw from mine, then I will at a later stage debrief, or maybe at a later stage when I reach home. How do you handle it when after you have met this couple, now you want to let go? Are you not affected by it indirectly, by what you've heard? I mean, as the couples are engaging each other in front of you as a specialist. I'm just talking as a layman.
Of course you're affected. You know, you're a human being. You're listening to people in some deep pain and a lot of frustration in their lives. And any coach or therapist that I know or that I work with, you know, it's a very empathetic career of understanding and having to understand that emotional kind of connection. It's, of course, we get affected by it. But the neutrality is that it's not our story. We are there to hold the safe space, to observe, and to be that neutral observer to give the feedback to the couple that are in it. So yes, we learn to hold that space, but we also, it's not like we're not affected by what goes on.
Yeah, that's true. I'm not sure if Dr. Molete, do you want to have something that you want to add based on what, as a practitioner, and you are coming from as a lecturer point of view, what is it that you're taking away from Leah's discussion? I'm not sure if Dr. Molete is still in.
Yes, I'm still here. I listen to what Leah has said, and I think it's what she has raised is very important, and the aspects of her book. You know, what type of communicator are you, and at what stage do you find yourself at which part of the communication? Because, like she has said, that it's in our different spaces, the different spaces that we find ourselves in, and our workspace is no different from any other space of relationships, because you need to build this relationship with your colleagues, who then becomes part of your life, your everyday life. You need to build a relationship and a good communication relationship with your students, in my case, which are people that you are offering a service to, and therefore how you communicate to them and how they perceive the information is very important. So you need to learn how to communicate with them. So when you learn how to communicate with them, it's very important that at what point do you play who, and at what point do you need to listen? Because of, you know, we have the tendency to sometimes believe to always be the talker, you know, and not the listener. Sometimes when we listen half, or we don't listen at all. We're just hearing things, we're hearing sounds, you know. I always say that to the students, that there's a difference between hearing, because when you're hearing sounds, but when you're listening, you're attentively listening to what we are saying. And that's the point that we sometimes miss, you know, in our conversations. Therefore, the book is very important, you know, that we learn how to deal with our communication with other people, and understand the importance of that communication that we have. Specifically, when she spoke about our backgrounds, you know, it made me think about the barrier of communication that has to do with our backgrounds, our professional lives, our family lives, and all the other different belief systems that we have. And all of those things come into play when we are in workspaces, you know, and we are communicating with each other and building that relationship, because you need to be empathetic to the next person and how they understand or interpret whatever you're saying. Hence, that sensitivity is also needed, that it doesn't matter whether you write more or you scream or you yell, at the end of the day, the other person will not listen if they don't want to listen. And we know that most people have that shutdown system where they just shut down. They don't respond. They don't say anything. They just numb to always hearing the same thing, or this argument going up and turning into something that is not solvable. So I think your book is very interesting. I need that book because I need to learn how to talk to my family. And when you talk to family, yes, it's challenging. They will always say to me that even if I try to make sense, that but you are coming here with your education. You are coming here with your education here. You are not a doctor here. You must not come with that, even though I'm raising sense. So I really need to know, how do I approach this?
Sorry, Doc.
Oh, okay, no, it's not a problem. Yes, just as I was saying that.
Mentabe, can you please switch off?
Okay, I think she is switched off.
Sorry.
Yes. As I was saying that, I really need to learn the part of what role or participation role do I take when I talk to my family, and because of they always carry. Our family has a tendency to not see you beyond just being a child. You're still viewed into that space, and therefore your views sometimes are not very much listened to. So I need the book to learn how to talk about that. And sometimes even myself, I want to bring that. People bring their they bring their they bring their qualifications, their occupations, and their professions into other work communications, other spaces, even our families, and we want to be those assertive, instructive communication instead of also being listeners. So thank you very much for the book and the insight to it. I think we can have more discussions regarding how it is, because we need to learn how to communicate. And COVID has taught us that we need to communicate more with those who we love, to keep communication going. So thank you. That would be my comment. Thank you.
Thanks, Doc. Just maybe to put you on spot again, talking about the COVID and the pandemic, and you now having to interact with your students remotely, and also drawing from what Leah indicated earlier, the importance of having your video on. You've got your students now. You're communicating with them remotely. Did you find it easy? Are you finding it easier to tell them to switch on the video, because you are a specialist in communication as a lecturer, trying to tell them how do you navigate those things that Leah has indicated, like switch off look at me, and because I want to make sure what I'm saying you understand as a lecturer from a lecturer point of view.
Look, I can tell you one thing, that even in a normal class, normal face-to-face class, it's they talk about our concentration span. How long can we actually concentrate, and the activity in our brain during that time. So it's always challenging to do that in face-to-face communication, and it's even more so challenging with online things. And because students hadn't, they took advantage of being home. Some of them just they would not have bathed for the class, and therefore they don't want to be seen on TV on the screen, and they will tell me, ma'am, I'm not looking like myself today. And they would, and I would say, okay, at least participate in the chat to show me that you're still here, And sometimes I would just randomly call their names, since they don't want to. And some of them would just argue that if the video is on, there's more, it takes more data. Yeah, that is a long coming conversation. Yes, that with the video on, it's more data, so I'd rather switch it off. So therefore, I had to keep the chat as a secondary thing for us to be able to communicate with each other, so that I write things in the chat and I will just randomly talk with some of them. And just ask them this and this and this. Are you there? Are you there? And then I would always obviously want them to unmute themselves and say, no, ma'am, I'm still here. Yes, doc, I'm still hearing what you're saying. Just to ensure that there's that interaction, and it doesn't seem like that. Some of them used advantage of the fact that it's recorded, and they will say that if I missed something and I was in the toilet or wherever they are, no, ma'am, if you send the recording, they always wanted the recording to listen to what they have missed. But it has been challenging. When you deal with students, you deal with a variety of people, with different humans coming from different backgrounds, different ages. So how they see or want to interact are different. But we have tried and communicate with them and make sure that they are awake when they are in the class and they receive it, because at the end of the day, it was about giving them quality teaching and learning, even if it's online. So therefore, we had to keep it interactive.
Oh, wow. Thanks a lot, Doc. Leah, you're parting short. I just wanted to find out from you if you have come across a situation where, like I'm listening to what the doc is saying, in terms of when it comes to culture, where they will always say, when it comes to communication, from let me use an example from a black perspective. People always say, when we're talking to an elder, you don't have to look straight into someone's eye. You have to. So when we are communicating, and now here am I'm talking to you. You are looking straight into my eye, and I was told that you don't have to look into, especially a total stranger or an elderly person. Have you noticed such things? Across cultures, things when it comes to the art of communication?
Absolutely, and I think I'm very privileged to do this work in South Africa, where it is such a rich cultural country. So I would say that you've got your 4 systems that are you. That is absolutely your personal system, but on top of that, you've then got your cultural systems. And every culture has their own rules as it comes to communication, exactly like you've said. You don't look your elders in the eye. For a lot of religions, they also have specific rules around what communication looks like between elders and young, between men and women, between unmarried women and men. There's so many rules of communication, and most of them are unwritten. And it's very hard for us to try and figure out, are we offending somebody? Is this the right way? Isn't the only way we get around this is to ask. I'd love to learn more about what is important for you. How would you like me to communicate with you? How would you like me to shift my communication so that, it's not upsetting for you? We have to be willing to be taught. So teach others how to treat you, but in turn, you also have to be willing to be taught. And don't get defensive and righteous and go, well, in my culture, this is how we do it, and I don't see why I need to change to make it with you. Well, that's not workable. It's completely not workable to walk through the world like that. If you really want to connect with other human beings and you want to know how to reach them at a level that they can really hear you, then you need to learn how to connect with them. So be open, be teachable, and be willing to learn.
Wow, thanks you. And I see a question from the colleague in the chat. I think that's the last one. It's addressed to you, Elia and Doc. Maybe as a parting shot, would you say being emotionally intelligent helps a lot in communicating better?
That's a really good question. I think it depends. If you read the book, there are 2 systems that I want to address here. The one is the connector, and the connector is definitely the empath. The connector has the highest EQ of the 4 systems, and the connector is the one that can immediately pick up, the vibe or what's going on with somebody else without that person needing to say or do anything. So these are the caretakers. These are the soothers. These are the nurturers of the communication system. So for them, high EQ is really good, but sometimes it gets in the way because, like the doctor said very early on today, when people become overthinkers, they start reading stuff into situations that isn't there, and they start taking things very, very personally. So high EQ people can take on stuff that's not really happening and interpret it as being a personal attack. So sometimes it can support, sometimes it can't. Whereas the analyzer tends to have extremely high IQ, much lower EQ, because everything about them is about the facts, the proof, the evidence, the logic, the structure, the reason, and all of their communication is not emotionally based. It's based around the facts and the figures, like we're talking the engineers and the mathematicians and the data scientists. And those are the analyzers that I find that for them, emotion totally gets in the way of them being able to really process what is going on. So I think each of the systems, it depends, IQ, EQ, where is that balance and how does it serve you, how does it not serve you? And for each of them, it's different.
Wow, thanks. Doc, do you want to add?
When it comes to emotional intelligence, I think I become subjective to it. I think maybe it's because of myself included that, I always say that when you're a woman, how do you control emotions when you're dealing with a scientific automatic bomb in your body called hormones, and sometimes just makes you wake up differently. But we are always told that, and I always believe that emotions are very rational, you know, they're very irrational most of the time. They're very irrational. You just, it depends on how you are that day. But it's very important that we learn how to control it, like she was saying, that how do we communicate and look beyond just emotions, and we understand the purpose that we're communicating for the end result. And the end result is beyond our emotions. But emotions are like that. And I always question the fact when it says it's intelligent, because we're not born with that intelligence of emotions, or otherwise it's something that we need to, it's not biologically inherited. You know, it's a skill that we need to learn most of the time on how do we handle our emotions in conversation for the better purpose, but at the same time expressing ourselves so that we are understood by the next person. And at the same time, making sure that whatever emotional expression that we're giving, you know, because emotions and gestures, they go again and give emphasis to whatever we're expressing to the next person. But how do we control it that it does not go out of control? So yeah, that's my view on it.
And the last one before, though I know I thought I said it was the last one. The colleague is asking, talking about the art of listening. Why is it not important when building relationships, like professionally and personally? Maybe I should pose it to both of you. The art of listening.
Okay, do you want me to go first?
You can start, Leah, if you don't.
You know, so the art of listening is when I said earlier that everybody operates from different reality. If you're not understanding what somebody else's version of reality is, then you're just not going to be communicating effectively, full stop. And you're not going to be giving them what they need, and you're not going to be accessing them in a way that they can understand. So the art of listening, and what most people do is they listen in order to respond. So you're listening, but you're just waiting until there's a gap in the conversation to quickly put your opinion on the table, or to cut the person off, or to interrupt. And interrupting is highly disrespectful, because for some of the systems, speaking can be quite hard because they need time to translate the thought into the words to deliver the big ideas that they have. And that takes time. And if you don't listen or give them the space to complete that thought, then the communication kind of tends to start going around in circles. And communication is a sharing of ideas, opinions, and thoughts, but those have to be complete for you to understand and to continue the discussion. So the art of listening is really, it's respectful. It is showing the other person that they right now are the most important thing to you. You are honoring the time and space, you know, and giving them the space to complete their thoughts so that you can respond. It's making them feel heard, and it's making them feel seen and understood. And then people start opening up more, by the way. If you listen to in the beginning, the communication gets much deeper as you go along in that conversation versus it just staying superficial. So the art of listening is an indication that what you have to say to me is really important for me, and I'm going to sit here and absorb everything.
Wow. Thanks a lot, Leah. And Doc, do you have your
yeah, what Leah is saying is very true, actually, that, you know, the part of interjecting when somebody is talking, you know, you sometimes break the communication at that moment in time, because of when you have prepared yourself so much to say something, and just a little bit of an interruption can totally change your way of what you wanted to express, you know. And sometimes that's why I was saying that there's a difference between hearing and listening. Sometimes people just need you to listen, you know. For when you listen to people, I always say that you don't always have to be the one talking. Sometimes you listen to people because that's how you learn about people and other things, you know, about other people. You learn through listening. You learn through other people. They tell you things, and you listen to what they're saying, and you learn new information every day, you know. And when you have that art of listening, you are able to listen to everybody, and it also listening, you use attention, and you listen to every little detail that is given to you, you know, in any type of relationship, personally or professionally, you know. Even a young child, when they are trying to communicate to you and they are saying things to you, you are able to pick up from what they're saying because you are listening to what they're saying, instead of repeatedly asking them, what are you saying, and interrupting them. You know, they are able to express themselves and say something, and you pick up one or two things from listening to other people. So it is also, like I said, a skill that we need to learn. Hence, when you go through the books of communication, at the end of the chapter where they talk about effective communication, they always emphasize the listening skills and how do you improve your listening skills, and how do you describe yourself as a good listener and a bad listener, and how do you improve those skills of becoming a good listener?
Wow, thank you to both of you. I'm speechless. I don't know whether it forms part of the art of communication. Leo, I'm just like was going through the chart. I was noticing, I think the doc has also indicated that your book is going to be, including myself, our Christmas read.
Wonderful.
Can't wait to have it. Thanks a lot to both of you for availing yourselves. And the colleagues have learned a lot. I have learned a lot, and we're looking forward to having you. This is our first book fair, and we're looking forward to having you in the second one, the fourth, and even in the 10th one book exhibition.
Wonderful. Anytime. I've loved being a part of this discussion. Thank you for talking about, such an important issue that affects everybody.
You're welcome. Thanks a lot to both of you. Colleagues, let's just have a 2-minute break, and then we'll allow Marcus to do the presentation, and then immediately after that we'll have May Constance Dumela for the closing remarks. Thanks a lot to all of you, colleagues. Bye.
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 Past, colleagues. Can I hand over to you, Marcus?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, colleagues. I'm not going to take long. I'll just take you through our journey as the University of the Free State in terms of collaborating with authors and just assisting our local authors, locally meaning both in the country, and some of them were actually outside the country. The journey started in 2013, so it has been many years that we started this journey. Our Facebook, our launch, if I remember very well, it was a launch of a book titled "The Lighter Side of Life in Robben Island," written by Fred Kumalo, Peter Ngwenya, and others. It was the project was aimed specifically to bring academics into the library, because at the time we were actually facing challenges where you would not have many academics visiting our library. And we then launched this project to say, launch your book in the library. And we did not know that by that time we're actually planting a baobab tree. And today we are here, and we went as far as launching a lot of books in the community, because we could see that there was a challenge in terms of opportunities for our authors who are not actually in the university. They did not have space for them to do their work. So we have been working ever since, and we had a number of activities. I remember there was one school where we went to Otabelo. We would launch in a hall, and we'd have 1,000 students sitting and listening to authors. And the idea was actually to say, can we make our authors celebrities? Can we make reading fashionable? Can you make writing fashionable? So we went on that journey, and to the point where now we actually are at a stage where we are in the process of establishing an African languages a press. And we're actually very excited that the university, after so many years of trying to actually convince, that they've supported the library by allocating funding to start the university press. And in the new year, we'll be starting with that work. And we're actually able to also influence in terms of creating a multilingual center. So the university will also be having a multilingual center that is attached to the African Languages Press. So when I heard today about the repatriation project, I was actually very excited to see that as South Africans, we are not actually sleeping. We are working. It's just that maybe we are working in silos, and I'm glad that this opportunity of the Cen-Free-Sol is able to bring everyone together. So I think we'll be collaborating with a whole lot of other people who are at this activity today and tomorrow, to see how best can we continue to work, so that then the job of the festival or the fair doesn't stop today as like it is an event, but we continue to support our authors and create platforms that by the time we are here next year, we are able to have an exhibition, either online or physical, if it's possible that the lockdown rules have been relaxed, so that then there is an opportunity that as they come here, they are able to live with something in their pocket, that it is not only they come here to come and talk, because our duty is to make sure that then we also bring the economic side of writing, so that then it looks attractive. There is a work that we have done, especially with students, because we created platforms that we hope that by the time aspiring student authors who are students, by the time they leave the University of the Free State, they are also or they're already published authors. And I'm glad that we actually have about 3 that they've actually published with, through our program. We've got Mashiara Modike, who's doing very well. We have got Ace Moloi, who's also doing very, very well. We then also have got Mr. Stitinane from Coalco, who's also doing very well. These young people are the beneficiaries of the project that we started in 2013. So you can see that the economic side of what we're doing is beginning to bear fruit. That in their times when they lack employment, these young people are actually able to benefit through the work that happen within the university and what they've learned while just being University of the Free State students. So I'm glad that this project will now flow into the three universities that we must have opportunities that in the following year or so, we have a workshop so that then for young people to write and they rub shoulders with our authors, and it actually assist them so that then we are all aware of the challenges that we have in terms of employment, so that then this sector can actually grow. And at the same time, because the libraries are struggling with books in African languages, we're then able to bring the repatriation project and all other projects, so that then we are able to assist in terms of creating resources and books for libraries. So I think in a nutshell, that's my presentation. We continue to work to talk actually with other stakeholders. Although we are having challenges there and there, we're talking to the National Library of South Africa. They referred us to the book site in Cape Town. We continue to talk with the Free State Department of Sports, and we're hopeful that they will eventually come on board, so that then an activity like this does not only end up with those who are in the universities. We should be able to move into the schools, so that then our children who are in the lower grades begin to grasp the idea of not only reading, but also able to write. They should begin to interact, rub shoulders with authors, because most of the time we see other celebrities, but we hardly see someone who say, this is Monde Mariwa, he's a writer, and this is the book that he has written. And we are then able to sell the importance of generating knowledge, not necessarily scientific knowledge, but knowledge from your children's book, so that then young people are interacting with books from a young age. I always say that our books should start to address issues that are affecting us as society. If, for example, we have young people who are staying in a Mukuku somewhere, we need to begin to have books that are about safety issues in a Mukuku. How to make sure that when you have to sleep, don't forget your candle. Things like that, so that then in the future, we're not seeing that 100 shekels spent because someone forgot a candle. So our books should actually relate to the societal issues that we're seeing in our communities. So it's not something that is far-fetched there, that we're going to read about some Tom from the UK. It must be about Tabang locally, in our local township of Khalishiwe. We must know about what Tabang does on a day-to-day, in that township. So the idea is to plant this baobab so that then it grows and bring in closer our languages at the same time. So that will be all from me, colleagues. And I'm thankful that we'll be able to sell some of the materials later in the year. Create opportunities for authors who are here, who are actually supporting our fair to benefit economically at the same time through the sales, while at the same time we're doing something to also sustain the festival, because it cannot be an event. It must be something that continues to live even beyond our graves. So thank you very, very, very much for listening to me. If there are questions, yes, I can take a few questions.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Marcus, for those profound words. And as you were taking us down memory lane, I was like remembering when we had Pamela Nomvet, when we had a book launch of Pamela Nomvet's book, Dancing to to the beat. I mean, having someone like that, I still have it in my mind because it was like, and if you remember correctly, I kept on forgetting her real name as Pamela. I kept on referring to her as Nziki. Yeah. So those brought those memories. It makes a big difference when you have to meet those people and face to face, and the guys like your Fred Kumalo and the others that we don't know, the local guys, as you are indicating, Tabang, that we want to also indicate with Mediviers, the people that the colleagues who are at our respective university, students, all those that are writing books, so that we also invite them and also create a platform for them to be able to flourish. And as I was listening to you using the word baobab, I felt like maybe this is the word we should also use it as part of our, because it's been like used throughout this day as baobab tree. So maybe we should just say have it as and say we are planting and nurturing. Maybe it's part of our, I don't know how to put it. Maybe it's part of our, I don't know, catchphrase or something like that, which is what
of some sort, yes.
Yes, yeah. And I had Zandi talking about, when you're talking about maybe selling books online, suggesting maybe we can have something like an online book exhibition, especially that targets people of like African languages, something like that across all the institutions. Maybe that's another thing. Now that you've mentioned the press and all those type of thing, maybe we can also come together along those lines as the three institutions have an online book exhibition, and also maybe sell this idea of the press, because it should not only, as you've correctly said, benefit only the people, the academics, people from our respective communities. Thanks a lot, Marcus, for your presentation, and also earlier, Joyce, in those books that you've already launched. Maybe one day we'll have a joint book launches or something like that. I'm looking at such things, joint book launches, and maybe this remember is reminding me of a Bantu in my bathroom by Eusebius Marqueza. Yes, and I also remember. I mean, every time when someone was very talkative and some who knows his story. So there's a lot that we can still moving forward, that we can still do as these three institutions, to make sure that when it comes to reading and it cuts across all ages and cultures. Thanks a lot, Marcus and Mary Joyce. And we're now going to move on. I don't see any questions except for the comments that we made. Thanks, Marcus. And I think we should now move on to the vote of thanks. Constance Ndomela, who's an information librarian, School of Economic and Management Sciences. Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon to everybody. My name is Kosi Ndumela, an info librarian for the business school at the Sol Plaatje University. I'm tasked to do this afternoon the vote of thanks. On behalf of Cen-Free-Sol Book Fair, I'd like to thank all our guest speakers today and all our panelists. Thank you for taking your time in your busy schedule to graciously honor this event, for sharing your life experiences and your intellect with the Cen-Free-Sol community. Thank you. Secondly, I would like to thank the Executive Committee and the three University Library Executive Directors, that is Ms. Molopiane, Ms. Betty Esther, and Dr. Chizwina. All I can say to you is that your vision is alive. Thirdly, to the subcommittee members, you are the engine to this moving vehicle. Thank you for making sure that this event is a success. What a stimulating and thought-provoking conversation we just had. It is just amazing. My wish is as if everyone in this country had a chance to listen to this dynamic event. Lastly, I would like to remind you that the program continues again tomorrow from 9. Thank you all for being here. Hope you enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you.